They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave. Fly over my heading, clear to take it. Go ahead, craft takeoff, watch your right.
Welcome, everybody, to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota for live plane spotting at MSP Airport Live. Happy Thursday, everybody. We've got a great day of plane spotting ahead for you from the aircraft viewing area at the end of Cargo Road here at MSP Airport, home of one of Delta's busiest hubs, main operating base for Sun Country Airlines. And despite the mostly cloudy weather today, should have an excellent show on hand. The Delta Centennial A350-900 is now on final approach, and we can't wait to get today's spotting underway. Nice to be with you. My name's Alex. I'm the executive producer around these parts for MSP Live.
And Sun Country 568 on Tango, cross runway 22, and you can monitor ground point 9 as you head to the gate.
On Tango, cross 22, monitor down to point.
Delta 1048, thanks for waiting. You can continue on with me.
All right, how about getting right into the mic taxi?
Delta 2242, runway 17, monitor wait.
Down on course 3758 on Papa 8.
Course 3758, Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa Charlie Bravo. Just confirm it's Gulf 1.
Taxi Papa Charlie Bravo and Abram Gulf 1 on course 3758.
Scared 4698, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa. 2756, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
30 right via Papa, Delta 2756. Taxi.
Delta 121 heavy, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
Left via Alpha,
Delta 2558, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
Endeavor 4863, Minneapolis Tower, you're 4.5 control of an Airbus, runway 30 left, clear to land with 21011. Delta 120 heavy, turn right, you got the next turn, Alpha 8, join Alpha, and contact ground point 9. Alpha 8, Alpha, over ground point 9, Delta 120 heavy. Delta 2242, contact departure.
Delta 153 heavy, continue to gate now via 22 and Alpha.
2 and Alpha to the gate, Delta 153 heavy. Hey, ground, Delta 799, clearing 30 right, Papa 9, going to Fox 11.
Delta 799, Minneapolis ground, roger, taxi via Papa, Delta, cross 24.
Papa Delta cross over 4, Delta 799.
Minneapolis ground, Delta 120 heavy, Alpha gate, Golf 3.
Delta 120 heavy, Minneapolis ground, roger, taxi via Alpha, cross 24, you way behind the heavy Airbus.
Dash Alpha, cross runway 4 and behind the heavy Airbus, Delta 120 heavy.
Up 5, down,
Delta 590, Minneapolis Tower, you're 4.5 control with the Spirit Day, runway 30 left, clear to land, wind 2109er. Endeavor 4913, contact departure, have a good day.
Departure, good day, 4913.
Delta 1048, flighting 190, runway 17. 3901, turn right at Mike, contact ground point 9.
Mike point 9, Delta 2901.
So 121 Heavy, are you guys up?
1 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, cross 24.
Alpha cross 4, Delta 2901.
There we go. We got an A321 arriving shortly behind our Delta Centennial A350-900. Speaking of, there she is. There's 527 Delta November. One of two jets
Delta 121 Heavy, you guys
to
up?
display the Centennial livery for Delta Airlines, celebrating 100 years of flight. Delta is not the only airline celebrating a centennial. Also Lufthansa, to name other airlines that have now reached the century mark in existence. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. Alex Redding with you here on MSP Airport Live. We're just capturing the Friday action. We're going to have a fun show today.
C-Series, runway 30 left, clear land, wind 20010.
So also tomorrow, we are planning to be right back out here, getting back in the saddle to catch the Philadelphia Eagles arrive from Philly on an American Airlines 787 Dreamliner. Should be a lot of fun. In addition to the usual suspects on Saturdays.
1048, contact departure. Have a good day.
Got another CRJ.
September 4863, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Delta Papa. The 2414, Minneapolis ground, what's your gate?
Right now, going to be 15.
Delta 2414, roger, taxi via Charlie 5.
Charlie 5, Delta 2414.
American 408 Minneapolis Tower, your 5 intro at the CRJ, runway 30 left, clear to land, wind 2009er.
Delta 121.
So 121 Heavy, roger, hold short runway 30 left, there'll be a couple more arrivals.
Yep, short 30 left, Delta 121.
Delta 590, turn right at Mike, contact ground point 9.
Mike point 9, Delta 590.
All right, how about that Delta 8220 arriving on 30 left from Dallas, Fort Worth.
Now Delta 590 on Mike. Taxi
Next up for departure on runway 30 left, Delta
590,
121
Minneapolis
Heavy with the
ground, taxi via Alpha,
A350-900.
Delta Papa, cross runway 4.
Now launching for Tokyo
Delta
Haneda
Papa,
International.
cross runway 4, Delta 590.
So they are currently, and that would be Delta 121 Heavy, is holding short of runway 30 left,
Now Sun Country
where we will be seeing a good chunk of the departures
Mike, Park 8, Hotel 7.
depart off of today.
18, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Mike, hold short of runway 30 left.
Taxi via Mike, hold for the
Towards the
30
late
left.
afternoon and evening, we will also have a
The 390
wonderful
T-minus,
medley
126.7.
of heavy and narrow body action here from MSP Airport. We'll also have our cargo jets coming in. And since it is also a Friday, we on the schedule have KLM and Discover, but since KLM chickened out again on today's Friday service from AMS, we will not be seeing Big Blue. However, Discover is on the way, and we will see them closer to the 2 o'clock hour. Right at the top of the 2 o'clock hour is when we're expecting our friends from Frankfurt, Germany.
Tower Country 102 ILS.
We are also expecting some cargo heavies around 5 o'clock as well from UPS. A little bit later from FedEx.
Runway 30 left. Actually, just continue inbound, and you can expect a clearance.
And we also can't forget a couple more Delta International departures around that time frame too. Actually, a few. So there will be quite a bit to keep us entertained here today on this Friday afternoon from MSP.
There 4664 minutes, contact to be at Delta and Papa, the RJ out of the alleyway for you. Delta Papa.
I'm going to swing over here to taxiway Mike.
33 minutes, ground for the CRJ to clear the
We could get a Mike taxi here. Sun Country arrived from Raleigh, Durham, and they are now making their way over to Terminal 2. There they are. That's the flight from Raleigh, Durham that we were just talking about. And it's in that splendid Tide Pod livery. And of course, it was given that affectionate nickname due to the resemblance of those little detergent pods you stick in your washing machine to clean your clothes. Due to its bright orange, blue, and white paint scheme.
Go to the two RJs from the right on Delta.
I'll pop up cross runway 4, we'll give way to the two RJs on Delta, Delta 2409.
They're 4664, they're waiting for you to go on cut the corner to Papa.
American Airlines strutting in from Phoenix, Sky Harbor with a 737-800 touching down on 30 left.
Right turn on runway 4.
They will be headed right over to Concourse E.
Delta 121 heavy, keep it moving around the corner traffic for 3 miles final. Fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 30, clear for takeoff.
Sun Country 102, runway 30 left, clear to land, winds 2108, crossing turbulence and departed heavy.
0 left, clear land, passing.
Not if it's quicker, Charlie and Quebec behind them work.
Hi, Roger, Charlie, Quebec behind them, Delta 21.
Ground American 408 on runway 4, parking Echo 15.
American 408, mainly up ground to right at Charlie 6 to the gate.
Charlie 6 to the gate, American 408. That's my 656 Minneapolis Tower, your 7 intro is a 73, runway 30 left, clear to land, winds 2108.
Charlie 1.
So 1566, guys, contact to Papa, cross runway 4.
Delta 121 heavy, turn right, right turn, heading 340, contact departure.
There we go. Delta 121 heavy off to Tokyo.
Sun Country 102, turn left, Delta, taxi, Delta departure, monitor ground point 9.
Delta, Delta, park, 100.9.
Sun Country 918, Minneapolis Tower traffic, 4 out at Mike, cross runway 30 left, continue straight ahead on Mike all further.
Mike, cross 30 left, Sun Country 918.
Delta 121 heavy, contact departure. Sun Country 918, continue. Mike Tango, cross runway 22 and monitor ground point 9.
Mike Tango, cross runway 22 and Tango, monitor ground point 9.
Diverse 5133 Minneapolis Tower, your 5 Delta C series, runway 30 left, clear to land, winds 2209.
minutes down, push approved for 30 right.
Push approved 30 right, last one.
Turn straight ahead through the DI pad, next to be a hotel, cross runway 4, and then Bravo to the gate. Hotel, cross 4.
We got another arrival that is lining up for a touchdown on 30 left. It's actually just crossing the Minnesota River. Delta 2656 from Houston.
Endeavor 5104 Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 10, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
1533, runway 17, taxi via Delta, hold short of runway 30. 1533, monitor 126.7, have a good day. 26.7 today, Delta. Ticket 2151, Minneapolis ground, next time call metering first, then keep your paperwork back there. Push is approved, it'll be runway 17 for departure.
All right, next up, we got an Endeavor Air flight coming in on 30 left from Kansas City, Missouri.
Charlie 4, Charlie 4. 3783, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa to the gate. Papa to the gate, Sun 5111 minutes ground, push approved, 30 right.
Delta 1533, traffic on that 2-mile final. No delay at Delta, cross runway 30 left, join Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Alright, we're crossing 30 left, no delay, Whiskey, and then cross 14, Delta 1533.
Endeavor 5133, contact ground point 9.
5133 Restaurant, taxi hotel, runway 4, and Papa, which is the gate. Hotel, runway 4, and then Papa is number 12.
And Whiskey, you'll cross runway 04.
Whiskey crossing 04, 1533.
Delta 2185 Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 9 runway 30 left, clear to land.
Runway 30 left. And are those gusts kind of gone for 30 left right now?
Yeah, they haven't been here for maybe about the last.
Sorry, guys, I forgot to warn you guys about the oncoming Bradford Logistics photobomb.
Can you just slide over to Quebec shore of the gate?
That's a common thing when we're spotting out here and we're capturing footage. Bradford is hustling back and forth between the west side of the field and T1 or T2, wherever they're going to. This Delta A220 is going to Chicago O'Hare. American Airlines has O'Hare as a hub. And Delta has quite a few flights in between Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the Windy City of Chicago.
5104, maybe ground runway 4 and pop it with
The A220 has sort of taken over that route. 717s, they will find their way onto the schedule in addition to their A220 replacements.
Roger.
A little bit on the breezy side today, as you probably can hear. We have some wind in our microphones. Winds clocking in at around 9 knots sustained. A little bit of a crosswind component, as indicated by the windsock on the left side of your screen.
At 10.
And especially with landings,
Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
arriving aircraft flying over the Minnesota River. Since we're on the 30 heading today, landings can get a little bit interesting, and I think our Centennial livery A350 was a tad interesting. Looks like they were a little bit tipsy on the way down, but they made a nice contact with the runway and were able to get that long-haul journey safely on the ground. And right on time.
89, it'll be runway 17, left turn on Quebec, short of the Embraer, that's nose to nose with you. I'll get you on in a second.
Traveling Cornstalk says, happy Friday, everyone. I will echo that. Happy Friday to you as well.
5111, wait for the CRJ to pass the tail, then 30 right.
Elias commenting on our Delta Centennial livery A350. What a great way to start the show. I agree. Yeah, that's a great way to start any program, with a special livery wide-body aircraft. You can't ask for a better start than that, I don't think.
Mike, hold short of runway 30 left. Hotel Mike, short of 30 left.
Well, around here at MSP Airport anyway.
For 4689, that's the Embraer, taxi your own, the Embraer, taxi, rejoin back and hold one.
Okay, 2185, runway 4, it's available. Turn right when able, ground point 9.
All right, right when able, ground point 9, Delta 2185. For 5104, get rid of the CRJ taxi around that Embraer. Circuit 2151, I'll keep you there for a second. Alaska 186, runway 3 is right via Charlie 6.
Seen quite a few A220s to open up our broadcast as well. This one arriving from Orange County in California at Santa Ana. The origin for this flight out of John Wayne Airport.
You got it. Southwest 340. Southwest 340 cross runway 30 left at Mike, and then left turn Tango, a lot more. Alright, cross 30 left at Mike and left turn Tango, Southwest 340. Delta 2185, where are we going?
Oh, looks like we're going to get a Southwest taxi on Mike.
Just short of Charlie 6 for a moment.
We've had a few taxis so far at Taxiway Mike. They've pretty much been Sun Country, but we're going to get a Southwest 737 MAX 8 that will stroll right on by. This is a north side arrival that came in on runway 30 right from Chicago Midway.
382 Minneapolis Tower, wind 240 at 10, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land. Left turn on Mike and hold short over runway 30 left.
There they go. They're going to go to Terminal 2. So Southwest and Sun Country and Frontier. They have their flights in and out of the Twin Cities, originate at or end up at Terminal 2. The only budget airline that was not in the Humphrey Terminal was Spirit Airlines, but I'll tell you what, their days are numbered and have been numbered for quite some time, because When you go through 2 Chapter 11 bankruptcies and restructurings in less than a year, you're kind of screwed.
What's the plan?
And what a mess that has become, and what an even bigger mess it'll be when Spirit Airlines is completely dissolved. And despite the tenacious efforts of Spirit executives and the company as a whole to find a merger partner, U.S. regulators said, no, we're not going to allow that. Spirit, such a common sight at MSP Airport, is now a memory.
Charlie 6, Mike, and Bravo, cross runway 4.
I think Spirit may have a flight in and out of MSP. I haven't really been paying attention to that side of the aviation news area.
We'll expect 17, secondary 8657.
November 9 Sierra Charlie, continue now via Whiskey.
I have certainly not seen any banana boats running around here in quite some time. And unfortunately, will not have the opportunity to do so again.
My deck, Charlie, no delay exiting. Contact ground point 9.
Charlie, hold ground.
Thinking about doing a tribute to Spirit Airlines here at MSP. Or should we not do that? What do you guys think? So I've racked up quite a few articles of footage throughout the years of my spotting at MSP Airport. And even on our streams, they were a usual suspect, and now they're pretty much extinct.
2656 or 25, 26 minutes ground via Charlie and Quebec, pass behind American at Charlie 6.
Charlie, Quebec, pass behind American.
American 2608, Minneapolis ground. There's one question hospital left. I'll call you back. I was on ground. 2151, the 220 goes behind you.
All right, here is Sun Country Airlines from Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International in the Tide Pod livery.
Sun Country 382.
This aircraft, a 737-800. Sun Country is now starting to operate the 737-900ER, which is the stretched version of the Dash 800 in the 737 Next Gen family.
Ground secretary 382, Charlie, we're going to Hotel 4.
So we'll have another 737-900ER delivery that will take place very soon, from what a source tells me.
In the pad, any spot except for number 8.
All right, looks like we have an Endeavor CRJ 900 LR headed out to Wichita on the right side of the frame and playing follow the leader from behind, American 2151 to Chicago O'Hare with some Airbus equipment, the A319. So even though the 30s are active today, you may have noticed that much of the departures have actually gone off of runway 17 behind us, so we're in kind of a mixed flow today. The heavies will use runway 30 left for departure, so no need to worry about that. 17 is the shortest runway here at MSP Airport, also 150 feet wide, the standard width. The heavies love the extra room of runway 12 right, 30 left, 200 feet wide. 12 right 30 left is also the second longest stretch of pavement at MSP Airport. It's the busiest runway
Ocean 52 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower.
at Minnesota's aviation mecca, right next to the viewing area. And just to illustrate the effect that the runway ops on 12 right 30 left has on MSP, when this runway was down temporarily twice this year for reconstruction on its shoulders, and I know that they were doing a section of pavement that was butting up adjacent to the runway from one of the taxiways. Boy, did it cause organized chaos. Nothing that our world-class controllers couldn't handle, of course. ATC did a great job through both phases of construction this year, which is fully wrapped up, and so 12 right 30 left should be good to go for quite a while.
United 2030 runway 17, the hard left 180 there onto Quebec, cross runway 4, and then join Mike and hold short of runway 30 left.
Alright, you there?
So there's our Endeavor CRJ off to Wichita.
United 2030, hold short runway 30 left at Mike.
I'm sorry, at Mike, hold short 30 left.
Endeavor 55, 18 minutes ground, push approved for 17.
So it looks like we'll have a wide-body arrival here in just a little bit. Oh, I know what it is.
You can taxi in once you have room.
Ocean 52 Heavy is now on final approach from Frankfurt, Germany with an A330-300 today.
That United off your left is leaving. They're going to pass the tail on Quebec. So
Registration Delta dash Alpha Indio Kilo Kilo. So our Discover A330, with the previous mention of its registration, abbreviated to Kilo Kilo, is what we'll call it, is now about to cross the Minnesota River.
Endeavor 4689, wind 240 at 12, gust 20. Turn right heading 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
And you'll see a lot of Airbus A330 aircraft here at MSP Airport, so seeing one of these is not an uncommon sight. But because it's an airline not named Delta and it has a different engine choice on it, it actually has the Rolls-Royce Trent 700 engines. It's a different configured A330 than what we are typically used to seeing here at MSP Airport.
For 23, that's just pushing now. It might just be a minute, but the taxi is able to reference them. They should be moving here shortly.
E64 off the axis.
So 26, 4 minutes from via pop across runway 4. United 2030, released to Denver between 54 and 57. You can monitor 126.7. Have a good day.
Okay, 54 and 57, so thanks.
Engine 32, Minneapolis Tower, that cut out. Can you repeat that? Engine 32, that pop out cross, runway 422.
Alright, push approved for 17 American 11
Ocean 52, heavy turn right to contact on point 9.
Right off at point 9. Yeah, go ahead for 1197.
Looks like the medics are headed to your gate. You guys okay over there, or are they going to the wrong one?
No, we had a sick passenger. He was removed. I'm sure he's either on the jet bridge or up in the terminal. So, yeah, paramedics might want to check them out.
Okay, yeah, they're just getting there now. I just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Okay.
Oh no.
Ocean 52 Heavy, I'll tell you.
Endeavor 46,
That is not good at all. So there's a little bit of a medical mishap that's going on over there at one of the terminals. We just hope that whoever is reported as sick by one of the pilots we heard on frequency is hanging in there and doing all right. Certainly if it's an issue where EMS, Emergency Management Services, has to be called, it's never good. So for anyone curious as to why Discover is here,
Turn right on Alpha, hold short of runway 30 left at Alpha 10.
it's because Lufthansa has a fleet problem, and they had really healthy metrics on their nonstop service between Frankfurt and Minneapolis. St. Paul inaugurated last year in June of 2024, but
no problem. Wait for United to pass left
due
to
to
right,
a
and then taxi
wide-body
to Alpha,
shortage in the
Alpha
fleet
8,
or
and hold
issues
short of
just with
runway
being
30
able to
left.
get equipment stuck on the MSP service, Lufthansa had to pull out, and they sent their low-cost subsidiary Discover, which used to be property of Eurowings, now defunct. They said, hey, Discover, keep the seat warm for us. Will we figure out some stuff here? So that's why Discover is in regular service between Frankfurt and MSP Airport, and it looks to be a seasonal service. This is a route that Lufthansa had intentions of flying year-round, which they kind of did, until they didn't.
252.
So even though Discover is more of a stopgap for Lufthansa, we certainly enjoy seeing him here because it's an airline we just never would have expected to get at MSP, and especially when it comes to international carriers.
Monitor 126.7, have a good day.
We'll take it.
2151, monitor 126.7, good day.
United 2189, Minneapolis, tower wind 220 at 9 hour gust.
So Discover's going to mosey their way on over to Terminal 1 at Concourse G, so we'll see where they end up. So Discover typically arrives around 2 p.m. Central, and they will depart in about a couple of hours from now. In fact, actually, they're early today.
Delta Whiskey monitor 0.9 for a flight.
By about 15 minutes or so.
Alpha 10, cross 30 left, join with United 2030.
American 2151, Minneapolis, tower Alpha 8, cross runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
So Discover Airlines, they should be right on time for a 4 p.m. departure today, so we'll catch that
Sun Country 252, Minneapolis, tower traffic 5 mile final at Mike.
during the second half of our live streaming here today from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport in the heart of Twin Cities. Alex Redding with you on MSP Airport Live. Happy to have you with us. Happy Friday, everybody.
Conducted segment 35 Central valid for looks like Minnesota, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, more information, contact flight service.
It's partly sunny today, but it's really mostly cloudy. I like to look at it as partly sunny. And here's American with that A319 that we saw earlier that is headed to Chicago O'Hare, crossing runway 30 left, joining taxiway Whiskey on its way to runway 17.
United 2030, runway 17, line up and wait.
Line up and wait at 17, United 2030.
Sun Country 252 at Sierra, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor 0.9.
Sierra, cross 4, monitor 0.9.
We got to swing it around over this way because we've got Sun Country coming in from Boston, Massachusetts. And another mic taxi.
1197, monitor 126.7, have a good day. Ever 5518, monitor 126.7, have a good day.
814 Sierra Yankee, the registration on that 737-800 in service for the Minneapolis-based hometown airline Sun Country.
Papa Delta, cross to left,
The ground be advised, Sun Country 252, changing is now Hotel 2 Alpha.
And now strolling down taxiway Whiskey, having made the turn from taxiway Mike American 2608 to the Queen City of Charlotte, North Carolina, with the same equipment as what we saw Sun Country from Boston came with, the 737-800. It's part of the next-gen series of 737 jets from Boeing, out of production. It's not to be confused with the 737 MAX family.
American 2151, runway 17, line up and wait.
Runway 17, line up and wait, American 2151.
Number 5518, pass behind United.
Pass behind United in there, 5518.
Then to 2189, turn right at Mike, and then right on to Alpha. The RJ is going to wait for you. Contact ground point 9.
Mike Alpha, point 9, United 2189.
American 2151, turn right heading 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Turn right 190, runway 17 cleared for takeoff, American 2151.
And here is United Airlines from Chicago O'Hare.
230 heading United 2030.
It's with an A320. Minneapolis to Chicago, one of the top 3 busiest routes from MSP Airport. The other popular one, and this is the route that is in a tug of war with Chicago O'Hare for the most amount of daily flights in and out of MSP, is Denver. So Denver and Chicago, pretty popular destinations here at MSP Airport.
United 2030, contact departure.
And here is American Airlines dispatching this 737-800 to Phoenix Sky Harbor in regular service. They'll head to 17 for their departure on the west side of the field.
30 right with Delta, Hotel 30 left.
American 2151, contact departure.
American 2151, good day.
Okay. American 2608, wind 220 at 13, gust 19er. Turn right heading 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Right heading 190, clear for takeoff, runway 17.
So trailing our 737-800 to Phoenix. It's Endeavor Air. Flight 5518.
Southwest 377 Minneapolis Tower, wind
This
220
aircraft
at
is
12,
headed to
gust 17,
airport
runway
code
30
ORF. That is Norfolk, Virginia. Can't say that I've been there. It's one of the more interesting routes out of MSP Airport that I've tended to notice, even though it's with a pretty common and boring aircraft as the CRJ is. It's an interesting route nonetheless.
Left now, and turn left on Alpha. Traffic to 6 mile final.
American 2608, contact departure. Good day. American 1197, wind 220 at 12, gust 17. Fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Fly runway heading 17, clear for takeoff, 1197.
Hit 883, runway 3 right, taxi via Alpha, Delta, and Papa.
30 right, Alpha, Delta, Papa, says at 883.
Thanks, Josh Aldrich. Happy Friday to you. Thanks for tuning in. Discover, I wonder if it takes American Express. That or Visa. Having some fun with Discover's name. Thank you, Adam. That was in reference to the Sun Country 737-800 that we just saw taxi by us a few moments ago on Mike for Terminal 2. That was from Boston Logan.
30 left, 655, Mike.
There's a quick look at the part of the viewing area where we're at here at the end of Cargo Road, one of the premier plane spotting locations in the United States to go visit. If you love plane spotting like we do, it's certainly worth a visit. Now, if you live in the region, it's certainly worth a pit stop or a trip up here And if you are just joining us, welcome everybody. My name is Alex. I'm the executive producer of MSP Airport Live.
American 1197, turn right heading 230.
It's been a little bit gloomy just with all of the cloud cover that has sort of blanketed the area. It still technically is partly sunny. There are quite a few spots of blue showing through off in the distance, so it's partly sunny afternoon as I like to look at it. Or if you're more of a pessimist, it's a mostly cloudy afternoon.
South 377 on Delta for Hotel 13. South 377, we have turn 6 via Delta to the gate. Delta, gate, Southwest 377.
Jet 779 is not going back on the 30 left.
Southwest 377, taxi via Delta, monitor .9. Jet 779, Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 8, turn right 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, jet 30 left, jet 779.
Engine 32, Minneapolis Tower, Quebec, cross 2422.
So while we have a moment here, I'm going to swing the camera around because this is worth mentioning.
Jet 883, monitor 123.905, good day.
Trying to get the camera adjusted here. It's a little bit tricky when you're trying to shoot behind the setup here a little bit. There we go.
Whiskey, when able to turn left, taxi to the ramp. Have a good day.
All right, so does anybody have any wild guesses as to what that is? Well, I'll tell you what it is. Newsflash. We have Gridiron Air's, well, one of their 777s in town. This carried the Nebraska Cornhuskers NCAA football team into town. They have their matchup with the Minnesota Golden Gophers tonight at Huntington Bank Stadium. Should be an entertaining game to watch. Nebraska just scraping in on the college football national rankings. They're ranked, I think, 25th out of 25th in the nation. Minnesota unranked. For all of you sports nuts out there. Speaking of Golden Gopher football, I'm thinking about attending a game myself. Actually, next week, when the Michigan State Spartans come to town to take on the Gophers. Michigan State had a pretty stout and successful football program in the 2010s, but after the departure of head coach Mark D'Antonio, the team really kind of struggled to find any consistent success. They did have a short stint of success. I mean, towards the end of towards the beginning of the decade in the 2020s. Yeah, so that football program is in a little bit of a rebuild. So it's an interdivisional Big Ten matchup that should be fun. So who here in our live chat follows college athletics, particularly college football? Now that I would actually vote for. So Elias says that they, being Sun Country, with the University of Minnesota, should have a flyover from Sun Country's special livery painted for Minnesota Golden Gopher Athletics in the maroon and gold versus Iowa, which is a big rival to Minnesota. To show who's cooler. Yeah, that I would actually vote for that. That'd be a lot of fun. It'd be a good flex for Sun Country as well as the university. Nothing like having a flyover from an aircraft that is painted in your school colors and that also has your school logo emblazoned on the fuselage as well. Talk about a big PR opportunity. Johan Clausen says, having family far out though, living in Nebraska, all right. I know how hugely popular that team is. They are certainly a hoot. Everybody in the state of Nebraska goes bonkers for the Cornhuskers. So actually, my aunts, on my mom's side of the family, one of my aunts, she graduated from the University of Nebraska, so I'm low-key rooting for the Huskers tonight to get the job done. So if I may, I'm also going to try and pan the camera over here a little bit to the right.
Delta 681, turn right to runway 4 or Mike, contact on flight 9.
Back over to ground, Delta 681.
So how's that for an interesting stayover? So Iceland Air with a 737 MAX. Looks like a MAX 8. Not sure if that aircraft flew into Minneapolis, had a mechanical issue, and they need to have it stay put at MSP until they can get it fixed. Not sure what's going on over there, but it's very interesting. I've not seen that before. But, you know, if it is maintenance, stuff happens way more often than you might think. Reminds me of when Aer Lingus had an A321XLR stay here at MSP for a short stint, having to receive maintenance on its front gear. Yeah, so one of our spotters, Zachary, who's out here at the viewing area, he just said in my ear, it arrived yesterday. So it'll be interesting to know when they will go out.
Endeavor 5335, to wait to the Airbus activate.
Well, I guess we'll show this as well, too. We'll take a look at Terminal 2.
You turn right up, Mike. Right on Alpha. Contact on flight 9.
Mike Alpha, point 9, Delta 8.
Sun Country, fairly busy today. And we will see Southwest pass by in front of our wide view on Terminal 2. They're on taxiway Tango. They're headed to runway 17 for departure. Southwest, they love to take that back alley by the big cargo jets, splitting the gap between the two cargo terminals here at MSP Airport for FedEx and UPS. That's a nice shortcut on their way to the threshold of 17 to depart Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Delta 2808, Minneapolis Tower, wind 210 at 10, runway 30 left.
Roz saying, Skyuma, go Gophs. MSFS 2024, happy Friday. Thanks for tuning in. Greetings from Nuremberg, Germany. Thank you very much for the compliments. Try and keep things nice and neat around here.
Contact on point 9.
Right Delta, ground point 9, Skywest 3581.
Cover 53.
Broken icy sadness, says Aviation LAA. Yeah. Kind of a bummer. Hope they can get that issue fixed pretty quickly here. So they can get that metal thrown back into circulation.
Delta Bravo, corner, Skywest 581.
Mary and Carlos saying hello. Hi, guys. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're having a fantastic start to your weekend. You're on this mostly cloudy or partly sunny, depending on how you look at it, Friday afternoon from MSP.
Turn right heading 190.
So we'll be back here tomorrow. In addition to staking it out to sunset today, because we got a Philadelphia Eagles NFL charter flight to catch tomorrow. So the Eagles, they fly on a Dreamliner, and American Airlines is the airline that has the contract to charter the defending Super Bowl champion around this year to their away games. And speaking of opponents in the National Football League that will be playing the Vikings this year, and we've alluded to it, I think, basically in every broadcast, we're trying to build some excitement here because it's not often that you have the opportunity to get out and catch a 747-400 passenger configured charter aircraft that will be taking the Baltimore Ravens from Baltimore to Minneapolis when they play the Vikings. Their flight arrives on November the 8th, the night before, and then we'll depart the night after the game is over with on that Sunday when the Vikings and Ravens face off.
American 9746, monitor 126.7. Have a good day.
Should be a pretty interesting game. I'm going to give the slight edge to the Baltimore Ravens over the Vikings, but you never know with the amount of big blown leads that the Ravens are notorious for letting loose in their contests, in prime time or not. And, of course, also it doesn't help that you have some injuries to some key players, especially, I think Derrick Henry is still out.
4924, Minneapolis ground tech TV, Papa, Charlie, and Bravo, cross to my 4.
Papa, Charlie, Bravo, cross runway 4, Delta Plan 24.
Wind 220 at 9er, turn right heading 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, 720, Minneapolis ground, push to the crew for 30 right.
Alpha 8, contact ground point 9. Right Alpha 8, ground point 9, Alpha 2808. American 9746, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 2 mile final, no delay at Mike, cross runway 30 left, taxi straight ahead.
Crossing 30 left at Mike, American 9746, no delay.
Go 3534, Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 10, runway 30 left, clear to land. Delta 2808, contact ground point 9.
Delta 2808, Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha, Mike, and Quebec, cross runway 4.
Alpha Mike, Quebec, cross runway 4, Delta 2808. 46, you'll turn left at Sierra, cross runway 4, monitor ground now point 9.
Turn left to Sierra, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9, American 20.
All right. I think we may have an auto land in progress. So the reason that I'm suspecting that is that they, and them being the controllers, they're trying to clear the critical area around the instrument landing system for 30 left. So whoever needs to do that auto land can do so without hindrance. It's a pretty standard thing, although it is interesting to see when that happens.
Delta 1530, turn right.
It's got to make sure that those systems are constantly working.
Ever 5335.
And also that your training is still sharp on how to do auto lands. These aircraft are so wonderful. They can do landings by themselves. In fact, the A350 cannot just land itself, but it could get off on an adjacent taxiway, throttle down, do all that jazz, and then taxi if it wanted to. That's how smart the A350 is.
And then right turn on Charlie. You have to go on that Charlie side of the ramp. So there should be a big spot 11 on the ground, and you can cross runway 4.
All right, cross runway 4, Sierra Charlie.
Part of a gigantic list of reasons why I hold the Airbus A350 in such high regard as being my favorite Airbus aircraft ever made. And I was stoked to fly that aircraft for the first time back in August. I had to travel for reasons that were not very fun. Had to attend my grandfather's memorial service in Michigan, but since Detroit and Minneapolis has an A350 service nonstop in the evenings on Delta, I was, based on where I was going in Michigan, I had to fly through Detroit, and it just so happened to be that on my way to take care of some family business, I got to hitch a ride on big, sexy herself, the A350-900. From Minneapolis to Detroit, and then, well, we're going to get a Bradford photobomb. Look out. Beep, beep.
Delta 1530, they're pushing off at Delta 5. They might be blocking you.
Anyways, as I was saying, after I connected in Detroit, and a really smooth ride aboard the A350,
Endeavor 4952, get rid of that 319.
I had a veteran take me the rest of the way to Traverse City, Michigan, which was my destination, aboard one of Delta's oldest Airbus A320-200s, and it was a part of the original Northwest Airbus A320 order. November 321 Uniform Sierra, now one of the oldest aircraft in Delta's fleet. Certainly one of the oldest, if not the oldest, A320 currently flying for Delta. I know that 319 Uniform Sierra, which was also ex-Northwest equipment, was recently retired shortly after my trip. Then I think it was 321 Uniform Sierra and then others on the list of aircraft age, or sorted by aircraft age for Delta's A320 fleet. But you would know that the cabin is clean on that Delta jet just because of how good, if you fly Delta, how well Tech Ops takes care of those birds. You would not know if that aircraft was older or not. You would think that it was brand new based on the way that they take care of it. That aircraft, well over 30 years old.
Charlie Tango Delta, monitor 49 southwest.
I had a great crew that took me from Detroit to Traverse City that night. Ex-Northwest people, too. The captain started right at the turn of the millennium for Northwest. And one of the flight attendants on board, I think she may have been the flight leader as well, also ex-Northwest. So that was a great conversation that I had with them after they got done with their trip up to Traverse City. And, of course, they were laying over that night, going to fly back the next morning. Northwest Airlines had the best people. I mean, they just did. Without a shadow of a doubt, they had the best people. All right, everybody. So our all-star co-host, RJ Bean, is going to be joining us here in a couple of minutes. Put in some volunteer hours today over at the History Center, the Northwest Airlines History Center, to be specific. They're a wonderful organization. They have a museum exhibit space at the Crown Plaza Air Hotel, a stone's throw away from MSP Airport across the freeway and kitty corner to the Mall of America.
720 join Papa behind the CRJ.
And of course, you don't have to pay anything to stop in and chat and learn a little bit about the Northwest Airlines story. We used to be home base for one of the greatest airlines ever to grace the skies. Northwest Airlines called the Twin Cities home until 2008, when they merged with Delta to form, at the time, the world's largest airline.
2187, Romeo 17 via Quebec, just short of that 7-1 for now.
20 at 9er, runway 30 left, clear to land.
So I know on the broadcast that we kind of mentioned a little bit about Vikings football, and here's an interesting fun fact that links the current Minnesota Viking facilities in Eagan, their headquarters at Viking Lakes, to Northwest Airlines, the site of the practice field adjacent to the TCO Performance Center used to be the site where the Northwest's National Operations and Training Center used to be located, also known as NATCO. That building has since long been torn down, especially to make way for the Vikings practice facility. So it's interesting that that parcel of land went from one legendary Minnesota enterprise to another. And Eagan, Minnesota, right across the river, kind of from where our camera is aimed at. In fact, directly across the river from where the camera is pointed at, off in the distance. Arrivals will pass over the city of Eagan, Minnesota, a suburb to Minneapolis, on their way into our state's busiest airport. And here is Sun Country arriving on 30 left.
Sorry, 2187 behind the Air Canada RJ there. Taxi via Papa, hold short of Papa 8.
Papa short of Papa 8, Delta 2187. We'll let ground now, back by Sun Country 416.
Gives Navy a Papa, cross runway 4, and then a left turn on Mike. Hold short of runway 30 left.
Cross 4 on Papa, Mike, short 30 left, Delta 2187.
Delta 447 after the 321, you can join Papa to the gate.
Join Papa to the gate after the 321, Delta 447.
Delta 2187, just pass on the CRJ exiting.
All right, so I got to step off the camera here for just a second. We got to get RJ mic'd up and ready to go. So our co-host is here.
I've landed.
RJ says, just landed.
South 2007, Minneapolis ground, pushes approved for 30, right? Let me know if you don't have room reference at 71.
Okay, push approved for 30, right, we'll let you know, Delta 3007.
Air 4653, thanks. It'll be Quebec until the 321 passes you, and then you can join Papa the rest of the way.
Alright, go back until the 321 passes us, and then Papa the rest of the way.
Delta 2994, Minneapolis ground, push approved for 30, right?
Ground 1.9, if it's occupied.
Okay, Charlie, at Mars 14.
Second 3347, we have strong push approved for 17.
Push approved 17, Sun Country 347.
Oh, and the sun's trying to come out.
Heavy is within the LS 3 to the left.
I also hear an RJ.
Yes, you
It's RJ
hear,
Bean, everybody.
you hear an RJ. The person, not the aircraft.
Yes.
Yes, I just came over from the History Center over at the Crown Plaza Hotel.
Yes, you've been a volunteer there for how long now?
Well, maybe roughly about 3 years, because I got going over there when I could after I moved back up here. So on my official date of landing back in the state of Minnesota was the 16th of September 2022. So I have surpassed now 3 years into my 4th year back.
All right, well, there you go.
Yep, spent the day out on my kayak out on the St. Croix River and hung out at an area of the river that, and it's still kind of there, better this year than last time I was out, an area where there's always been a sandbar that we always went and hung out at when we lived on the river north of Stillwater.
Oh, nice.
So, yep, a little bit memorable. So, we had a visitor today, specifically came to visit the History Center.
All right.
From the D.C. area.
Okay.
Hopefully he's watching. I told him that I would do this for him when I got over here. He is heading back to D.C. with a connection in Chicago O'Hare, flying out on a United departure. He gave me the departure time, 3:17 p.m.
Ooh.
So I told him as much as we could, we would share his departure on the stream. But of course, I did mention that the actual runway that they use for their departure, is not something that we're always aware of, and because the United gates being where they are here at MSP, it could be a north side, north parallel departure. But he knows, and I said we'll try
and grab him.
We'll do what we can to grab the departure. And when I checked, the ops were the 30s at the time, so. And I will only be able to be here until about 4 o'clock, because I have to leave to be somewhere by 6.
Right turn Alpha, short 30 left at Alpha 10, Delta 2187.
And apparently it's been a busy day out here at the VA again today, from what you said in our team chat. So you had to wait a little while to get a place to park.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. Yeah, this spot's getting busier and busier, it seems, every year. Holy smokes. And by the way, for those of you who were not with us during our last live broadcast, we do want to celebrate. We crossed over the 9,000 subscriber milestone, and we are on the home stretch for 10K. Hard to believe after about maybe a couple of years of doing this. We're at that point. Great things are ahead on MSP Live.
Different gate. Number 4653. You can just take a 180 on to Quebec, short of it.
And of course, it also includes heavy action as well.
Yes, we are about to get Delta 117 coming in from Gulpanagan. A330-900 today. They've been in the air for just under 9 hours. About 8 hours and 52 minutes.
2699, Mapstron, push approved for 17.
Sun Country 347, taxi number.
347, taxi TV, Charlie 1, Charlie, Sierra, Kilo, cross runway 4.
Alright, runway 17 via Charlie 1, Charlie, Sierra, Kilo, cross runway 4, Sun Country 347.
1817, you ready to move?
Yeah, we're ready.
1817, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
30 right via Papa, Delta 1817.
Got 3646, Mapstron, 30 right via Papa. You're going to follow the Delta bus to 71, we'll wait.
Yep, you can stay with me.
Thanks.
Minneapolis ground, Delta 117 heavy is with a clear to left for Gulf.
The 117 heavy maps contact via Alpha and cross runway 4.
Alpha cross 4, Delta 117.
1817, once you get there, you'll follow a CRJ, just poking out of 79 now.
Looking for a CRJ to follow, Delta 1817. Ground Delta 2594, reaching Boston, Denver.
Delta 2594 behind the company 71 off the left, runway 30 right via Papa.
Behind the company 71, 30 left via Papa, Delta 25.
30 right via Papa.
30 right via Papa.
Left clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, 963 uniform.
Oh, I'm checking in on our chat. Mary says hi, so hi back. Always glad to be here. It's a busy day for me today, is big time. So I won't be home until sometime fairly late tonight. So it just depends on my shift and how it goes tonight up at the Great Pumpkin Trails. So, and I was looking earlier, it's such a popular area, Alex, starting out with the Dead End Hayride, that the tickets for the hayride tonight are almost completely sold out, as well as tomorrow already.
Hot dog.
Yes. It is. I'm learning rather quickly that this is quite the area for Halloween festivities. So,
Let's go up to Anoka.
actually, it's Wyoming.
Delta 163 Heavy, Minneapolis.
Oh, I was
220
making a reference to, I think that there's like a Halloween parade that's in the city of Anoka.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, there's all kinds of them.
Yeah, the Anoka County Historical Society has this sort of like neighborhood ghost tour kind of thing. There are some houses that are in the immediate vicinity of downtown Anoka that are claimed to be haunted. So this is back in 2021, I believe. But I was doing a video project with some other folks that I was on a contracted work project to go cover for the Historical Society, because I mean, we were still kind of dealing with the fallout from COVID, and they couldn't hold the tours that year that they typically do, just because they want to make sure that everybody and everything is safe, right? So I was contracted as a video production specialist to go just shoot footage of these historic houses and get some of the presentations from the docents that would lead people on these tours that are from the Historical Society. And well, I was checking out one of the houses, the folks that own the property, very nice couple, came out, had a great chat with them. They told me some stories that were a little bit hair-raising that they didn't necessarily tell the Historical Society, that were more recent at the time, within the last 6 months of the production being made for the Historical Society. And while I was on location, I think it was like a kid's toy or something went off in the house. They had the windows open because it was a nicer day outside.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Stuff started going off in the house at random places, and I'm thinking, what is going on in here? A couple people that I was with, they're like, that's it, I'm out. That makes you think. What is out there?
Yeah, I'm about to check on that because I was thinking the same thing. It is 163 from Amsterdam. Former Northwest A3 3300. And they have been in the air for roughly about 8 hours and 20 minutes.
200 at Niner. Turn right, heading 190 for 917, clear for takeoff. Sun Country 347, contact departure, good day.
Oh, she's going to put on a show, Alex. She's going to extend her rollout right down to where we are.
Now, quite a few of our heavy arrivals have had an extended landing roll today that has taken them next to the viewing area, and they will exit, get off on taxiway Alpha as they're doing now. RJ, this is X Northwest Equipment.
Yes, of course, you know I'm giving her a pretty
The
good
163
look.
Heavy Man's contact via Alpha Cross from
820 November Whiskey or Northwest. However you want to tag words to the NW registration suffix. This veteran is a Northwest Red Tail through and through, even though that it has the Delta widget on the tail and it's been flying for Delta
1025 runway 17 taxi
since
via
2008.
Cross runway 4, hold short of runway 3.
I still see Northwest on it. There's Northwest. I want to say they had an order for, I think it was either 22 Airbus A330s. And then Delta, at the merger in 2008, they did a top-up order, or around the time of the merger. But when Delta did their top-up order with Airbus, they elected to go with the General Electric CF680 engines rather than the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 engines. And according to a current Delta captain that I spoke with on the 330, Drew Dunwoody, he had nothing but complaints about the Pratt & Whitney engines. They're harder to start. The GE engines, though, he praised the GE CF680s for being great to start, good engine all the way around. And considering how popular they are, it's no surprise. The CF680 has been a workhorse on a lot of different airplanes for a lot of different airlines.
This is Delta 536 from Seattle, aka SeaTac, Seattle, Tacoma.
Delta 536, turn right at Alpha 8, contact ground point 9.
Delta 8 over ground point 9, Delta 536.
I have flown in and out of that airport a few times. Just to the south of downtown Seattle.
Turning on to Alpha, going to Gold 17.
Delta 536, contact via Alpha Cross runway 4.
Alpha Cross runway
Next
4,
up for arrival on runway 30 left on a left base at Narco, a waypoint on the approach path for 30 left, Sun Country 344 from Orlando.
1025, wheels up between 43 and 46, monitor 126.7 today.
And we've got a whiskey taxi that's about to pass by now in front of us, and that is
Southwest 862 with a request.
Delta 2699 headed to Raleigh, Durham.
Back for departure today, Southwest 862.
Looks like 17 for you.
A321.
Sun Country 344, Minneapolis Tower, wind 220 at 11, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Yeah, one little trick to identify that aircraft is the size of all the doors, and there are no doors over, or emergency exits over the wing.
2644, can you pull
Yeah,
up and
they're
give Fox 5
forward
a push?
and aft of the aircraft's wings.
We'll look around for now.
Appreciate it. Delta 26.
I think they also
Company's going to try to give you room
stick
reference
catering
versus,
through one of those
approved for
doors. I
17.
could be very wrong, though. Do not quote me on that.
Delta 1025, Minneapolis Tower.
And yeah, it's a little breezy today.
Cross runway 30 left. taxi
I
to
quite like it, actually. It's not too forceful. I mean, this is, if you're going to have a breeze out here, this is perfect.
Yeah, I was out here once after.
Okay, weather, don't change a thing. Just leave it where it is. Perfect.
Yeah, I was over here once after a shift over at the museum for a very short period of time. It was so windy over here. I decided I don't think I'm going to stand up on top of the picnic table or on one of the benches, and I'm just like, okay, that's enough.
You should go get one of those little giant ladders they sell at Lowe's.
Well, I do have a ladder. That's a 6-foot, just a regular plain old ladder. But I don't have anything like what you use in some other aviation enthusiasts.
They're very
out here.
useful. I mean, even if you don't use them for plane spotting right here at the viewing area, they're great around the house if you need to reach up at a higher place, maybe in your hangar, which everyone else calls the garage.
Yep.
But
Darn me.
RJ's house is special. She has a hangar.
Yep. My car
Well,
doesn't.
it's really just a garage, but
Yeah, my
it's
car.
called a hangar.
My car
Have
doesn't.
some fun with it.
Yeah, my car doesn't park in the garage. I park it and shut down in the hangar. I'm okay.
We gotta get you a 3D printed tail that you can stick on the hood of or actually on the back of your car.
Delta 1542.
Right on the roof.
Do they have room to push you all the way back onto
Well, I'm
Delta?
still trying to figure out how I could put one on my helmet for skiing, but I'm afraid that it would get knocked off actually, because when I do ride a lift up and people that like to lower a safety bar, especially those people unfortunately who do just go ahead and like to do it and they don't warn you, they don't ask if it's okay, they just do it.
Bonk.
Yeah, and I actually, you know, I have a problem with that, because if you
Yeah.
don't sit and you're lined up just right on a lift when you're skiing, snowboarding, when you lower a safety bar with the way some of them are designed,
Yes.
you're going to get smacked, you know, maybe on the top of your head. I got smacked on my knee 2 seasons ago when I was out at Vail. I really didn't appreciate the person who did that. I kind of let him know that, and it was kind of towards the end of the day. And I gave him a heads up and said, well, that may have ended my day a little bit sooner. So,
Was there some sort of bird reunion or party that I was unaware of that I didn't get the memo for? Look at all those little birds. They found some food.
Yeah, my guess is somebody threw some stuff out over there. They're chomping away at whatever's on the ground over there. Somebody decided to...
I wonder if Gerald's going to come out and investigate. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yes, where's Gerald? Have we had a Gerald
I
sighting?
have not seen Gerald today. Probably getting ready for the Gopher game tonight as they play the Huskers of Nebraska.
So, I take it that white aircraft that's parked behind us, kind of over off
Yes.
to the end of T2. That is their charter?
That is correct.
And it's a former with Delta 777?
Yep. So the owner is Gridiron Air. So the owners of the Arizona Cardinals NFL football team, when they were looking for a team plane for the Cardinals, they stumbled across that whole lot of young and early retired Delta 777s. And they thought, man, we could put these jets to use. We can basically run them all under the alias of Gridiron Air. We could have that separate company set up to charter the Cardinals, but we could also make some side money chartering a bunch of other sports teams that need to get transportation. I wonder if the owner or the ownership group of the Arizona Cardinals are aviation enthusiasts.
Well, if they're not, we need to turn them into one.
Yeah. They had an excellent choice with those aircraft. That was a steal to get those airplanes. Because those aren't any ordinary 777-200s. They're not ERs. They're LRs. That's the
long range
version. That's for ultra long haul service. Atlanta to Johannesburg distances of long haul. In the neighborhood of 14 to 16 hours. How'd you like to get stuck on that jet for a gargantuan length of time?
We have Delta 9 on short final.
Yeah, that aircraft, by the way, used to fly in and out of here on the regular to Tokyo Narita.
They've been in the air for just under 8 hours, 7 hours, 54 minutes. That's not bad. Coming westbound. And today being operated by an A330-900.
Give metering a call first. I got one that might need to pass the tail and fly back. That's 13357, but that's okay. I have your paperwork this time. And actually, your pushback is approved. Just make sure you don't block the Charlie 6 taxiway there. It'll be runway 17.
Gonna have you turn right at Alpha 8. Contact ground point 9.
Red Alpha 8, ground point 9, Delta 9 Heavy.
Join Mike and hold short of runway 30 left.
Charlie 6, cross 4, join Mike, and short of 30 left, and 2655.
Delta 52, Minneapolis ground, or sorry, Southwest 852, Minneapolis ground, push approved for 17.
696, runway 17, Southwest 852.
2644, just give way to that heavy on Alpha, and you can monitor 126.7. Have a good day. 2644, give way to the heavy on Alpha, monitor 126.7.
Give way to the heavy and 267, go on Delta 2644.
You Delta 2028, Minneapolis ground, push is approved, 30 left if you want.
On Delta 9 Heavy, clear 30 left for Golf 9.
Fine, heavy Minneapolis ground, via Alpha and cross runway 4, which gate?
Golf 9, Alpha cross 4, Delta 9.
I think that one is full, so short of Charlie.
Order Charlie, Delta 9. On Delta 1542, ready in November.
So, RJ, I know that we do have some UPS cargo arrivals tonight.
That 220 coming out, and then be runway 17, be a Charlie 6, cross runway 4, then
I'm
join
going to do
Mike
some
and hold
digging
short of
around
runway
here to
30
see what
left.
we got coming in around our neck of the woods later on
20, then only one
in tonight's broadcast.
Mike and hold short, clear to cross only 4.
Well, this is the kind of digging I'm always liking to do because I don't need a shovel.
Yeah.
If you want it.
I will echo that. We got 5568, the UPS flight from Louisville, Kentucky with the MD-11, so yeah, we'll get tri-holer tonight.
Following a heavy Airbus that arrived about 2 minutes ago, wind 210 at 13, gust 21, runway 30 left to clear to land.
I think, because I don't see the A300 at all, because typically there's an A300 flight in the evening as well. That's more of a midweek thing or a Sunday thing than it is really a Friday thing from what I've noticed. But we do have the MD-11 on Fridays.
Yeah, I'm looking at the arrivals, and she's scheduled for a 5 p.m. arrival. And what else can I
Same
find?
with Delta 170 Heavy from Seoul, South Korea, although they are early today. They're going to be substantially early. 4:22 p.m. Central is when they are estimated to land on runway 30 left.
Oh, so I'm going to miss them.
Just by about 22 minutes.
Yeah.
A couple at once. Sun Country ready to move?
Affirmative, we have no answer.
655, runway 170 at Sierra.
It looks like Shamrock's going to be in a little bit early.
Sierra Kilo, cross 4.
It's always a good thing.
Due in at 5:30, scheduled 4:52.
2884, runway 30 right via Papa. So 2971 for taxi.
Icy is coming in. It looks like she's on time.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much
2971, hold short of runway 3.
daylight will be afforded to us
Yeah, that's
following 6 p.m. Central, just because our days are getting shorter and shorter.
4070.
Holy cow!
Charlie 19 there.
Our 777's on the move here. Gotta
Oh,
swing
yes,
the
she is.
Gotta swing the camera around here and get it. I don't know, RJ, we could be set up here for a 17 departure here, possibly.
From Minnesota, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri. More information, contact flight service.
Sort of runway 30 left.
170 at 36.
Well, wait a minute. No, that's a Delta 330.
Oh, false alarm?
Yeah, false alarm. There's that 777 over there, and I'm like, are they just going to kind of dump the Cornhuskers off and run and be back? Nah.
Yeah, and she does not have a transponder on either.
4070 after the Delta aircraft there, you can taxi Iran Company, rejoin Quebec, cross runway 4, and then on Mike, hold short of runway 30 left.
Apologies if I got anybody's hopes up there. I thought for a second, oh, wait a minute, I might be on the move. I don't know, maybe to relocate somewhere, but nah.
2287, man, ground push approved for 17. Crew 17, that's
Looks like Tech Ops is bringing an A330-900 out from the hangars near Interstate 494.
Yeah, I think I saw a Heavy parked over there when I was coming over the bridge to come over.
Might be it.
That, yeah, it could be the one I saw parked over there.
Since you have a bit of a break and it's an angle that we don't typically capture oftentimes, especially with a heavy taxiing on either Charlie or Delta opposite 422.
So, Alex,
From
Aviation...
west to the east side of the field.
Aviation LAA is giving us a heads up. A Marvin Windows jet is inbound.
Okay.
And I was just up there. And I actually saw the plant. And where I stayed the night I was in War Road was right across the highway from it.
Oh, wow.
Because my third night of my little road trip last week was in War Road. After doing 3 parks that are kind of in the northwest corner of the state, Old Mill, Lake Bronson, and Hayes Lake. So I managed to get those 3 parks in one day with the shorter days happening, and that's where I stayed that night.
Okay, at Mike, cleared across 3 left on join Whiskey Delta 42.
Oh, he says it's landing now. All right.
American 362 Minneapolis Tower. The Heavy on the other side is waiting for you. Cross for my 30 left. Join Whiskey. Cross for my 4. Aircraft waiting for
It's already landed.
Runway 30 left. Whiskey. And cross
Yep.
runway 4 American 362.
There it is.
24 turn right heading 230. Clear for takeoff.
And then Whiskey 1, hold short of runway 30 left.
This aircraft also holds the distinction as being the last Cessna Citation Sovereign ever produced.
Beach 5, Mike Whiskey, Alpha Delta, and Papa to 30 right.
Now, Marvin Windows, they have a fleet of Beechcraft 1900D propeller-driven aircraft that are awesome to spot. And of course, they have their one jet.
Around the Ember, then cross from my 4, join Mike and hold short of runway 30 left.
All right, so the 330
Runway 17, line up and wait.
is going to cross runway 30 left.
Join D, sounded good, just need the call sign with hold short of runway 30 left.
Registration 425 Delta X-Ray. Let's see where
2971, monitor 126.7.
this jet is outbound to.
So it's 4070, monitor 126.7.
126.7, so 2287 taxi, come in.
So 2287, runway 17, taxi via Alpha and Charlie, hold short of runway 30 left.
Alpha Charlie, short of 30 left for 17, Delta 2287.
So this particular aircraft that is taxiing to either Concourse F or Concourse G, we'll see where they end up, but 425 Delta X-Ray is going to be taking charge of Delta 164 Heavy, a nocturnal departure to Amsterdam Schiphol tonight at 9:45 p.m. Central.
Delta 1542.
This aircraft will then fly back after doing the AMS turn tomorrow.
That would be your discretion.
And then it's going to be heading back out to Amsterdam.
Runway 30 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 30 left.
Sometimes they do
Delta
that.
2971 Minneapolis Tower.
Good.
Delta 2971, traffic hold in position. at
So
Mike,
it'll
cross
arrive
runway
on Delta
30 left, join Whiskey.
165 Heavy tomorrow,
30 left, join Whiskey Delta.
after flying out on Delta 164 Heavy tonight.
Turn right heading 230, contact departure.
So it looks like the folks that will be traveling to the Netherlands on the late Amsterdam services will
Position at Mike, cross runway 30 left,
have a nice and
taxi via Whiskey.
clean jet.
Cross 30 left and join Whiskey Skywest 47.
And one freshly serviced, too, which is always a bonus.
Mike Whiskey behind the Ember, you can push tower, have a good day. 182 Juliet, Minneapolis ground, push through 30 right.
Well, she's going way down there.
2-1. Fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Departure to Oscar, the altimeter is 2958.
So one of our viewers has indicated that this aircraft just completed a C check.
126.7. Delta 2287, monitor 126.7.
Monitor 267, Delta 2287.
Cross 182 Juliet, Minneapolis ground, push through.
Delta 2028, wind 240 at 10, gust 21. Turn left, heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Sun Country 3023, Minneapolis, tower wind 240 at 10, gust 21, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Land 30 left, Sun Country 3023.
Latest arrival, Lima departure, Oscar, altimeter 2958.
490, Minneapolis ground, I missed the gate view, pop out of which one? Air 5022, monitor 126.7, good day.
Southwest 852, Minneapolis tower, runway 17, line up and late. Delta 1542, turn right, heading 230, contact departure.
Looks like we have some departures that are going to start to go off the 30s here in just a little bit. We're going to take you guys to the broadcast booth. Hi, everybody. Happy Friday. I'm Alex. That's RJ. And what did you find? Check that out. So one of the vendors that was at the MSP Aviation collectible sale this year, check that out. And if we can hold that a little bit closer to the camera here, look at the craftsmanship on that diorama. It's made exactly to 1/400 scale, the most popular size in die-cast aviation models and collectibles. And also flip it around because there's information that's on the backside about MSP Airport, a section of that runway. And I'll tell you what, if I could see that for just a second here, my goodness. So Brad Myers is the merchant that made this. Myers, M-E-Y-E-R-S, is where to go find one of these for yourselves. So that's Brad, B-R-A-D, M-E-Y-E-R-S. Brad Myers makes these. And it's at Rockwood at JEFNET.com. So how about that? Check that out. Look at the detail that's on this 1 foot by 1 foot diorama.
Dad's runway.
Marvelous work. Absolutely. They also had the larger 1 to 200 dioramas as well. I think maybe 24 by 24 inches. But there was a huge assortment of these little runway section dioramas and even just like aircraft pads or whatever they're called.
Well, and he had also...
English is not working very well right now, apparently.
Too much jet fuel.
Yeah, a lot of stuff I'm trying to focus on behind the scenes here. But, you know, I'll tell you what, I was really bummed. I mean, I had a tight budget to work within this year at the Collectibles Show. I will certainly be getting one of those, I think, within the not-so-distant future. I mean, my goodness, they are incredible pieces of work.
Yeah, I had to get this one because it was my dad's runway. The runway that we're actually sharing with everybody today, because this runway is 30 left.
How appropriate. I mean, you brought it on the right day. You brought it on the exact right day when we had 30 left ops and a little slice of modeled 1 to 400 scale 30 left. Thought I would just show you that, everybody. And thank you, RJ, for bringing that, because that was super cool.
Yeah, well, I forgot. Was it Monday? I forgot. And I've had
No, that's fine, because
a lot going
it all
on.
works out.
Oh, exactly. I knew it wasn't going to be a big deal. I just was going to bring it another time. I know we talked about it, and I just said, okay, next time. It's kind of like when I was out on my road trip last week with the parks. I mean, I saw some things that I maybe would have liked to have done. I didn't know it was theirs, and I didn't have the time. Oh, that one has a cosmetic change on the engine cowling. number 2 engine.
The only wardrobe malfunction you will see that is appropriate for broadcast.
Right, heading 230, contact departure.
Just a different shade of blue.
Yeah, not too shabby. We got a CRJ headed out to Bentonville, Arkansas.
Yeah, so like, for example, I didn't know that Itasca State Park had a fire tower. So I really didn't allocate time to do it because it was more of a priority that day that I did the headwaters. So I can
Gives you an even better reason to go back up there and check it out, I suppose.
Right, so you know that's why it's always called the next time list.
Yep.
And it's not
The eventually list for me.
Yeah, and that's not the only fire tower I missed. There is a fire tower at the south unit of Big Bog State Recreation Area. And the south unit is where the office is for that. And I had done the trail in the north unit, which is very interesting, very mobile accessible. And it was designed with that in mind. But I did not get there in time to get my hiking pole medallion or anything in the store. The nature store, they like to call them, and the offices there at the parks. And because they had closed for the day, and of course, so did the tower. So, and Big Bog is about an hour drive north and east of Bemidji. It's right along the eastern shores. It's the south unit, at least, is along the east side of Big Red Lake. There's 2, Big Red Lake. Was it Upper Red Lake and Lower Red Lake? I got to get that right. Too many lakes in Minnesota.
We are the land of 10,000 lakes after all. Well, actually, it's, I think, maybe just over 11,000, but 10,000 sounds catchier.
Yep, it's on the license plates up here, if you have just a regular standard Minnesota plate.
I think somebody had told me once, too, that Wisconsin has more lakes than Minnesota, if you can believe that.
East, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Well, the lay of the land up here, a lot of it
right,
has to do
heading
was
230,
from the recession of the glaciers.
Got an air steer truck on the loose.
Oh, yeah, I see it over there. And it's funny because we can't see the lower part of it, so it has like a little different perspective. There it is. So you want to hear a little funny story as it relates to air stairs? One of the 5Ks that I did before I moved back up here is held at the Tampa Airport, and I think it's in the spring. It's called the 5K on the runway, and a big beneficiary of that is the United Way. And of course, heavily sponsored by all the airlines that fly in and out of TPA. And one year I did it, the start line was marked by an air stairs with a big American flag hanging down below it. So, and then literally the event itself is held out on the airfield. So I need to switch myself over to find that, and I'm going to share it with everybody. The airport down in Tampa has 3 runways. 2 of them basically are north-south parallel runways, like the 2 runways are parallel here. But there is a 3rd runway that goes more like east-west, which is runway 10 and 28. And it's that runway and the taxiways on either side of it that they utilize to do that event. So, and there was one sign, Alex, that was super funny that they had out along the route. You know, just kind of encouraging people as they go. And one of them was, it's like, you know, run like your flight is boarding.
Score 3739, monitor tower 123.905.
Of course, you never really ever want to be late for your flight, especially, you know, if it's out of your control. Like if you're coming in on a late connection, you know, to get to it, that's hard to keep under control.
Or you miss a shuttle bus and you have to run like hell to get back to your gate and grab your seat in time before doors get closed, and that happened to me once. It's actually why I was in Vegas. It was about a 2.5-hour layover. It's a wild trip I took with a couple friends of mine back in January of 2022. It was a mileage run at American Airlines. The destination was Phoenix, I believe, but we had stops in Dallas and Vegas. We got out and got a rental. Drove to In-N-Out and got some dinner while we were in Las Vegas, but when we went back to the rental garage and were waiting for the shuttle, I don't know, we got confused as to which shuttle we needed to take, and we missed the one that we were supposed to grab, so then we had to wait, I think, maybe like 10 or 20 more minutes for the shuttle to take us back to the tram that went underneath the airport to get us to the terminal we needed to leave out of in Las Vegas. And ooh, that was close. Not as close as the connection I had to make in Detroit earlier this year, but it was certainly a mini marathon for my friends and I. We were running through Harry Reid Airport.
So just as a heads up,
Somebody else that was behind us, too, I think they were in the same predicament. So you had basically 4 people that were bolting through Las Vegas International. It was a mini stampede on its way to make an American Airlines flight on a 321 Neo to Phoenix.
so just as a heads up, Alex, the transponder is now on for 160.
All right.
And today that is the A350 100-year anniversary livery for Delta.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I want to try to grab some pictures of her. I should still hopefully be here. What is there?
We caught the arrival on the top of the broadcast, and now in the meat of the action, we will catch the departure here, too. So that's excellent to see. So meanwhile, I was keeping my eye on Alaska that will be using 30 left to depart. So they need a little extra space today. There's also another Sun Country flight that will be utilizing runway 30 left as well. Off to LAX. Got an Embraer Phenom taxiing on Whiskey to 17 for departure, and we are going to get, I think, our first Sun Country departure of the afternoon on 30 left. Here we go.
Headed to LAX, Sun Country 421.
Country 421, connect departure. Plus 555, sliding 300, runway 30 left, 6 takeoff.
300 left, takeoff left, fine.
All right, that'd be Alaska 555.
Encore 3739, runway 30 right, 6 takeoff.
So they're still getting lined up with the runway here.
Southwest 224, fly heading 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Runway 17. 4236, may have contact via Papa Gate.
Yeah, Carlos, I see your comment about Itasca State Park. Yeah, that's always been a little bit of my bucket list when I could finally get up to that park as it relates to the headwaters for the Mississippi. And yeah, that's such a gorgeous area of the state. And as I've shared, I've never been up there until at least that north part of the state until last week. And being today Friday, I was on my way back a week ago at this time. I had to get back for a shift for work on the pumpkin trails, so I got up and got Lake Bemidji State Park off my list and then started making my way back.
3739, turn right heading 320, connect departure. Again, 9827, fly heading 190, runway 17, quick takeoff. 105, XR at 17, spot on the 300 heading, connect departure.
Departure signs behind heading all flight spot.
3528.
And in regards to the river itself, it changes quite a bit depending on where you are and you get to see it. Some areas it's fairly narrow, and some areas it's fairly wide. And there is an area south and east here of the Twin Cities, down in the Lake City area. There's an area of it that's actually called Lake Pepin, because that area of the river, it is so wide. It's not like you can't see the other side, but it's pretty wide down in some areas.
I've driven around Lake Pepin.
Yes, and I know when we made our drives down there along Highway 61 to our family and my aunt and uncle that were down there in the Winona area, their kids and their kids are still down there. It's a very scenic drive as you kind of zigzag in and out along the bluffs, because that's part of the state that's known for what it is down there, and the way the river was formed with the retreat of the glaciers. And it's known as the driftless area of the state. And then, of course, I grew up on the St. Croix River, which empties into the Mississippi, and there's an area of the St. Croix that's known as Lake St. Croix for the same reason. It's a pretty wide area of the river. And then there's areas further north where it's narrower and shallower too. So if you're out boating, you really need to know the river so you don't hit bottom. I've cut across areas even with my little 9.5-foot kayak, and have had to really watch it in some areas because it's so shallow.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh yes. Yep, the river's always changing because the current from spring to fall, fall to spring. The closer you are to the shore with the trees, they will eventually tip over because they lose their roots. So you've got to really know where you're going and what you're doing, because the closer you are to shore, you could be hitting trees that are submerged underwater that have fallen.
3795, the runway's available right turn there, ground point 9.
1531.
Oh, Darcy says, beautiful day to be out, that's for sure. Currently hiking at Afton.
Visual approach 30 left.
I'm sure there's signs of Afton Alps starting to wake up from her summer hibernation, getting ready for the upcoming ski and snowboard season.
I was going to say, sound familiar?
Yep. Well, the thing about Afton State Park, Alex, is a lot of it surrounds Afton Alps.
Yeah.
So I know when I'm out skiing and riding the lifts back up top out of the bottom of the valley, it's always a reminder that, yeah, I'm back in Minnesota.
Out of all the places that you could go to in the Twin Cities or in the greater Twin Cities area, that's the one spot that I really need to get out and go hit the slopes on, because I've been to Welch Village. I love Welch.
A lot of the ski resorts up here have some type of a connection to that type of a setting for sure, because Welch is adjacent to the Cannon River Valley. Wild Mountain north of Taylor's Falls on the Minnesota side of the river overlooks the St. Croix, but further north.
That's the other one I need to go check out sometime. I think I went tubing there years ago. This is pre-COVID.
Yeah, I've tubed up there.
I have not been in that neck of the woods since that time. Well, I take that back. There was one instance where I think maybe later on where I went and did those riverboat tours.
Oh, yes.
On the St. Croix that start in Taylor's Falls. They are excellent. If you want to take a nice river cruise, head on over to Taylor's Falls. Take a nice riverboat down the St. Croix River. Really scenic ride. It was actually a lot more interesting than it sounded. And I certainly had a fun time. I would certainly do that again. If you're looking for a fun activity to do during the day if you're in the Twin Cities area, go do that. Especially because we have the fall colors that are starting to swing around here in the southern half of Minnesota. I know up north the fall colors are in full bloom, but they are starting to peek through here in the southern half of the state.
Yep, it's finally making its way down to our area. I know the tree out in front of my house between the sidewalk and the street is finally changing and dropping leaves. So it's coming. It's just a little bit slower this year. And Lee Harris says, "Good afternoon, Alex and RJ." Well, good afternoon back from the two of us. And I have seen those boats that do that little tour up in the Taylors Falls area. You get a lot of good information during the narration of the ride while you're out, and it's a very interesting part of the river up in that area because of the gorge. That's just a little downriver from the dam at Taylors Falls and just to the south side of the bridge that goes over into Wisconsin at St. Croix Falls, because it's Taylors Falls on the Minnesota side and St. Croix Falls on the other. And interestingly, there's state parks that are on either side of the river right in that area, and they're both interstate. So it's Interstate State Park on the Minnesota side and Interstate State Park on the Wisconsin side, and that's a popular area for rock climbing too. And the Minnesota side has got some interesting features, going back in time from the glaciers receding. They have potholes that are interesting to check out.
Wind 230 at 9er, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
130 left, L20, 825.
Yes, circuit breaker. Yes, the sun has broken through. It actually was forecasted to do this today. It was just a matter of waiting for it to happen.
Hooray.
Station 46, runway 17, taxi vehicle back to Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway
And back to the
30
state
left.
parks. If you're in the area and you decide to visit one, of course, it's a $7 daily charge. But like when I moved back up here and I was going to head out to visit one of them, and I was going to have to decide, do I want to pay the $7 or get a sticker? So a state park sticker for your car is $35 for a year. And it's good, like say now, October of this year through the end of October next year. So it's a 12 months from based on the month you get it. And I got to the park where I was headed, and of course I had to officially make my decision, and I just said, get a sticker. Because if you like to get out and explore and you like to visit state parks, you're going to more than pay for it.
430, turn left Delta, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9.
The key to these passes is you have to really use the crap out of it.
1605,
Well, it's a good way to get your money's worth, I'll tell you what. And of course, the entity that offers the pass, they make a good chunk of money on it too.
Actually, if you, I was one of the parks, it was Lake Bemidji actually was my last park on my last day last Friday. There was a lady that came in and was getting a $7, for the day there at Lake Bemidji, but they had been to 2 other state parks prior to that, and I suggested, well, if you're paying $7 to this one and you've already paid for 2 other ones, that's $21 out of the $35 that would cover you for a year. But she said, well, they were from the Phoenix area, so they were about ready to fly back home. So then it would not have made sense because they don't live here. But
here's my rule of thumb. If you're going to subscribe to a pass or get a service somewhere or a membership, what you plan to be doing in regards to how much money you plan to spend is ultimately going to dictate whether you should go for it. And if it's more than the cost of what that membership or pass is being offered for, as to where it's going to save you money, go after and get it. Or even if it's going to be at the cost of what that pass would be, I would still get it.
So we are about to get 2825 touching down. It's an A330-900, but it's not a transatlantic or trans-Pacific flight. It's coming up from Atlanta.
Tango, Charlie Sierra to the gate, Sun Country 430.
So they're moving an airplane. Sometimes they fly them domestically.
$28.25 heavy, turn right Mike, set your taxi to Alpha, cross runway 4, ground point 9, 11, know where you're going.
All right, turn in point 9, 11, no, Delta 25. 3720 Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, push approved.
And update Alex there, our guest that came over and paid us a visit at the museum that's headed back home to the DC area with a connection in Chicago O'Hare. His flight has pushed. Looks like they've started their taxi and they might be coming our way. It is United 1531.
So how's this for a interesting flight history over the past couple days? So it flew from Atlanta to Pittsburgh, then flew from Pittsburgh to Cincinnati. Then it flew from Cincy to Pittsburgh, and then Pittsburgh back to Atlanta. And because the Steelers and Bengals played last night on Thursday Night Football, I want to say that this was possibly the Cincinnati Bengals charter aircraft that, since being repositioned to Atlanta, is now being flown up to MSP for a revenue service.
2825, give way to United, they'll be turning on to Bravo.
So 2825. It's a revenue service. It's more of a repositioning revenue service.
So
yeah, according to the flight data,
it's headed back to Atlanta.
Yeah, headed back to Atlanta. So I don't know if they're just trying to stretch its legs or what's going on here, but that's certainly an interesting equipment upgrade for today.
Yeah, thanks to the update from our friend at Aviation LAA.
Yep, and then later in the day today, actually tonight, estimated departure at around 11 p.m. It's going to go to Buenos Aires, Argentina.
From here?
From Atlanta.
Oh, from Atlanta. So they're flying back from here to Atlanta and then from there to Buenos Aires.
Yep, that is correct. How's that for an itinerary today?
Well, she's busy.
Cool stuff.
2462 Minneapolis ground, taxi via runway 4 and Bravo. 4 Bravo to the 2462.
That aircraft, by the way, is only a year old, delivered to Delta brand new in December of 2023. And it's coming up on a 2-year birthday.
4654 Minneapolis ground, push approved for runway 17. Runway 30 left, Aviation
So there's the 330-900 Neo we're talking about.
Cross 30 left, Whiskey, United 1531. 285 Minneapolis ground.
So when I was talking to our guest over at the History Center, Alex, he's on board this United A320 that's coming towards us. It looks like they're headed to a 17 departure.
Holy cow, check this out. So I'm looking at the flight information for Delta 2825, which, by the way, has been regularly flown with the Airbus A321 or the 737-900ER and the 757-200. So basically, Delta is shoving whatever aircraft is available on this regularly scheduled service in and out of the Twin Cities. So you have the 330-900 Neo today. But guess which aircraft is on the docket for tomorrow?
So here's a shout out to our guest that was over at the History Center earlier this afternoon. He's headed back home to the DC area with a connection in O'Hare. So that's his departure right now, headed over to 17 departure. If you're watching, enjoyed your visit and enjoyed your chat, and have a great trip home. So you're headed over to 17 for departure. He said his seat was on the I think the left side. So if he remembered, he hopefully saw us over here.
Whiskey, correction, taxi via Whiskey 5, hold short of runway 30 left. Runway 30 right, Whiskey 5, hold short, 30 left, citation.
Well, things are clearing up pretty nice. Should be a nice evening for flying, especially down to the Windy City. Have a great flight. So anyway, kind of wrapping up the thought that I was getting into in regards to Delta 2825. The service that was just flown with the A330-900 Neo today will be taken up by Delta's Paris Olympic Team USA Special Livery A350-900 tomorrow. Estimated arrival 3:17 p.m. Central. We're going to have an action-packed show tomorrow. I cannot wait for a very special Saturday. Good thing I checked on that.
So, Alex, I did get him. He did see us. That's Fadi Jano. He did see us. So, Fadi, have a great trip home. Thanks for watching the channel and supporting us and the History Center.
I will echo that as well. Thank you very much. Have fun on your trip back to Chicago. Have a safe flight, too. Don't forget the strip waffles, by the way.
Yeah, he said, yes, I saw you in the parking next to the cargo center. Yeah, I showed him on Google Maps where we would be set up. So, but it ultimately was going to depend on, you know, what runway they were going to be assigned for departure. So,
turn right, Charlie, ground point 9. Charlie point 9.
Taxied right by us. Because I was telling them how there's been times that we've had viewers that are actually watching our stream when they're on an inbound arrival. And when we've been able to find out the information of what flight they're on, you know, we've tried to share, you know, to carry that as a little fun extra.
Short of Charlie 5 for Delta 2392.
So just as a heads up, just in case you missed it, Delta 2825 tomorrow, estimated arrival time 3:17 p.m. Central, will be on the air and broadcasting Delta's Team USA A350-900 that will be arriving from Atlanta, Georgia.
So I have a...
Assuming the schedule holds. There's a big asterisk next to that. Assuming the schedule holds. I don't know if Delta's going to swap it out. Pretty good possibility that may end up happening, but we will certainly keep our fingers crossed, and we will be hopeful that we'll get to see our Team USA A350-900 arrive from Atlanta for Delta and then go right back out to the world's busiest airport. And then we'll, of course, have the Philadelphia Eagles NFL charter by an American 787 Dreamliner from Philadelphia. Should be fun. Estimated arrival time, what we think is going to be the case, it's going to be after 3 o'clock, so we're going to have a really busy Saturday tomorrow out here at the viewing area from about 3 to 5 p.m. Should be prime time action here from Minneapolis, St. Paul.
So we have an update from Aviation LAA, 18 minutes out. Go for pod.
All right, thanks for the update, Luke.
Yep.
Well, it's appropriate because tomorrow's game night for the Minnesota Golden Gophers as they take on number 25 ranked Nebraska. The Cornhuskers are in town. They flew in on a former Delta 777-200 for Gridiron Air.
Yes.
We are going to expect that Gridiron Air will depart with the Huskers back to Lincoln sometime deep into the night after their game gets done. That's a primetime game tonight, too. It's I think a 7 p.m. kickoff, if I remember correctly.
Yes, buddy, I just turned around and watched you guys roll down 17 and rotate, and I can still see you're climbing out to the southeast. Once again, have a great trip home. It was a privilege to meet you.
1356 Minneapolis ground, push approved for runway 17.
Push approved for 17, Southwest 13.
Your flight down to O'Hare from MSP is going to be about an hour. That's not too far.
Non-Papa, you'll be behind the Delta bus, ahead to your right.
Behind the RJ, and we'll follow the Delta Airbus to our right.
So there we go. Let's look at the viewing area. There's quite a few people out here today.
Well, one reason could be contributing it. This is MEA.
Yeah, a lot of people are, for those that are in school, they are currently out of school right now for teacher conferences. The Minnesota Educators Association has a week in October, typically in the middle of the month, where a bunch of teachers will attend that. And, of course, no school. I remember that when I was in high school.
Yep, me too.
4737 Minneapolis ground taxi via Delta Papa.
I'm a graduate of Bloomington Kennedy High School in Bloomington, Minnesota. That's on the east side of town, closer to the Mall of America.
30 right taxi via Papa.
Go Eagles!
All right, so then you shared yours. I guess I need to share mine, right?
Yeah, because where you graduated from, your alma mater's a little ways out from the Twin Cities.
It's not that far. Stillwater. Right
Home of the home of the ponies.
Yep, go Big Red. And right there, you know, Stillwater has always been kind of nicknamed the birthplace of Minnesota. So it's right, you know, downtown, right along the St. Croix River.
Satellite Airport.
Yeah, Stillwater has pretty good sports teams every year. I know for hockey and football, they tend to have a good showing.
Well, my senior year of high school, we won Prep Bowl for the classification that we were in at that time. Nice big party in the gym at the school after the game as everybody drove back home. Some of the guys were still in their uniforms from playing the game, minus maybe their shoulder pads.
Yeah, the Minnesota State High School League has their championship or Prep Bowl tournament for each individual class of high school football or level of high school football. So it goes from 9-man teams to single A, all the way up to 6A. 6A are your big schools like Eden Prairie High School, for example, Centennial, which is in Circle Pines, that's North Metro, right next to Blaine.
Well, back when I was in high school, we were AA.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the days of the Lake Conference, too, when Bloomington Jefferson and Bloomington Kennedy High Schools were participants in that. I know in the 90s, Jefferson's football team got really good. Also, their hockey team as well, multiple state championships. Jefferson was very dominant in the 90s and 2000s with hockey. And they were pretty competitive in football. No state titles, though, for football. Those Jefferson High School football teams led by Minnesota State High School Hall of Fame head coach Stan Shea.
Well,
Had the pleasure of working with him before. He is a great guy.
Well, I know one of the times that we were up here for a visit, we made a visit out to what is now the new Stillwater High School. And we actually got a little bit of a tour from, at that time, the head football coach who recognized me from playing varsity golf for 3 years. Mr. George, the late George Thole.
I played varsity golf as well when I was at Kennedy High School. Our team wasn't very good, but we at least kept things competitive.
Yeah, and
I got out of golf because it was just too pricey.
Yeah,
and being the broke college student that I was after exiting Kennedy High School, I really couldn't afford it. I would have loved to continue it, but not necessarily in the cards.
Yeah, I've only played a couple times actually since I've been back up here, and it's kind of also for that reason. And I've just been into doing other things, and of course, I certainly don't play like I did back then. I don't play that much. So I played, actually the last time I played was a high school reunion. I had an interesting outing the last day of the season, my first season at Afton. And I happened to meet up with one of our ski patrollers riding up one of the lifts. Lo and behold, it was a classmate of mine.
Oh, wow.
So, of course, as we got off at the top, we stood and talked for quite a while, kind of got caught up, where things were in life. And, to some people, I felt that I kind of disappeared from the area. And, of course, I came back. People didn't know, what had happened and what was going on. So I told him, and I gave him an update. And then it found out he was on the event committee because we had a class reunion that summer of 2023. So I, of course, took in on all of it and were able to reconnect with some classmates and some that even go back as far as my elementary school days. And as it turned out, yeah, he's on the ski patrol, and so is someone else that was an actual classmate of mine going back to elementary school. So there's a couple. So, wouldn't you know? Or I guess you kind of like to say up here, don't you know? So, right place at the right time.
There's a maneuver you don't typically see every day. Sun Country going for the longer landing roll, making the left-hand exit on taxiway Whiskey in front of us, and they are going to make the right-hand turn to take Mike over to Terminal 2. Well, they have to cross runway 422.
Well, they're skipping Mike.
Amend that, they will bypass Mike, and they might be turning instead on either Delta or Charlie opposite 422, where they are currently crossing right now.
2591 right.
So I'm tracking Gopher Pod. We have names for things around here.
Yeah, that's the Minnesota Golden Gopher Special Livery 737-800 flying for Sun Country. You know that one of our MSP members, Luke, was keeping an eye on that. Yes, we are keeping track of it.
And I have another update, and I don't like the thought that I'm having to watch my time because I'm going to have to head out here maybe in about 20 minutes. Delta 152 Heavy, today operated by an A330-300 former Northwest Red Tail, is pushed for Paris, Charles de Gaulle.
4654, connect departure. Monitor tower 123.67. Monitor tower 23.
Yep, I see them. They're right here.
So I should be at least be
right.
able to get in one roll to rotate salute today.
Yeah, because that's right. You have to jet in a short bit.
Yep, I've got to allow time for the drive to get up to Wyoming, not the state, but the city. That's where the farm is, where I'm at the Great Pumpkin Trail, as well as the Dead End Hayride, which is almost completely sold out for tonight and tomorrow.
Ground over 152 heavy taxi. Delta 152 heavy, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha. Alpha 30 left, unable to 3500 restrictions.
So it looks like Gopher Pod is going to be number 2 for arrival.
43531, monitor tower 126.7. Delta 256, monitor tower 123.67. Monitor 123.67, Delta 1356. So 4283 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa, give way to the 321 out of the Charlie 7 gate. Taxi via Papa. Delta 1036 Minneapolis ground, push approved for runway 17. Approved 17, Delta 36. Heavy, monitor tower 126.7. 26.7.
Oh, we've got an update from Aviation LAA. Sky Team, United Sky Team is inbound currently as well, so we've got another special livery coming in.
The Star Alliance.
Oh yeah, that was a mistake on their part because he said United Sky Team.
No, it's okay. Yeah,
so
yeah.
he probably meant
Yep,
otherwise.
yeah, we know what you meant.
Oops, that's okay.
No, it's okay. I mean, we are a Sky Team hub after all, so it's pretty easy to just say that. I would have probably said the same thing myself. Special livery inbound. There we go. And is that the flight about to arrive here, RJ?
Oh, let's check it out.
3029, Minneapolis tower flighting 190, runway 17 to takeoff.
The arrival about to touch down is actually Republic Airways from Philadelphia. It's American Eagle
taxi via
4632.
You can join Quebec at the RJ.
And Gopher Pod is behind them.
All right, good to know.
They are in sight. Oh, and you know, when I came out here for my shift at the museum today, as I was coming in on my descent drive 494, there was one of our C-130s. Obviously, the ops were on the 12s at the time, and they made a very impressive bank turned right in front of me as I was approaching my transit of the Minnesota River across the bridge. So that was pretty cool to see.
2591, fly runway heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
I can't wait to add Gopher Pod in the highlights package tonight. And also keep in mind, too, we have the Delta Centennial livery A350-900, so there's that to chew on. You have an MD-11 coming in from Louisville. Things just starting to get interesting from MSP, if they are not already interesting.
For 4690, Minneapolis ground, would you like runway 30 right?
Fridays are typically a good spotting day here at MSP Airport. I think I may have alluded to it earlier on in the broadcast, but Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
All right, here comes Gopher Pod.
Times to be up.
The 317, minute stars, 30 right, line up and wait, no one on final. So at 4283, Roger. You wait out with company out of 79.
Mandel 1036.
1036, Minnesota.
Sir, here at Fox 10, the ramp is autonomous. They got a vehicle that doesn't have the driver on behind us. They're going to it right now to move it, but I can see a couple minutes, just let you know.
So 1036, Roger. Just give me a call back once they've got that moved and you're ready.
See you bet.
So do we know approximately what the departure time for 160 is?
I think it's supposed to be closer to 4 o'clock.
Okay, because it's not giving me the information on flight radar, and that's really cutting it close for my. I mean, I could make it, but I would like to try to make a real quick stop as I venture my way up for another night of the Pumpkin Trail tonight.
Fly heading 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
All right, do we have any Gopher fans in the house right now? I think we had one earlier.
2591, traffic no factor, turn right, heading 340, connect departure.
Okay, so I've got an update from our friend with Aviation LAA. We do also have Republic House livery inbound as well.
Alrighty. It's not necessarily my definition of a special flight, but it's certainly a notable one nonetheless. I like seeing the house liveries. I like the SkyWest house livery CRJs are always fun to look at.
30 left, line up white, Delta 122 heavy. 30 right.
All right, so we do have a pending heavy departure.
That would be 152 off to Paris.
Yep.
With the A330.
317, traffic 5 miles north of your position, banner towards 2,300, orbiting. $29.83, turn right on runway 4 if you have it, if not, might ground point 9.
And they've been given their clearance to at least turn onto the runway.
317, Roger, maintain visual separation from the traffic, turn right heading 340, connect departure. 4, Minneapolis ground, push approved, reposition vehicle back. Runway heading to runway 30 left, cleared for takeoff. Fly runway heading, clear for takeoff, 30 left, Delta 152 heavy. 2983, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Mike and Bravo. Delta, cross runway 4.
31, turn right heading 230.
All right,
contact
152 has rolled.
Assume you're going to go all the way for 4283.
That they have.
Wait for traffic heavy up parallel northbound, caution with turbulence.
Up to 26 calls, Minneapolis ground. Caution for...
2298, my name is Carl. Continue transport in positioning 6, clearance on a 5 mile final. The 152 heavy, remain in this frequency. I'll turn free in a few miles traffic, 5 miles north of position, 2,500 banner tower, orbiting. Got 152 heavy.
Straight out.
Yes, usually they've made that turn by now. Not today.
That's all right. I was kind of hoping that they would do it, though.
Yeah, just whatever their flight plan is for their departure today.
Oh, that was lovely. Oh, and fantastic lighting, too. Just exactly what the doctor ordered for today.
Ground up 1036, right taxi with Oscar now.
1036, runway 17, taxi via Alpha 7, hold short of runway 30 left.
7 short of 30 left for runway 17, stop 1036.
152 heavy, contact departure.
Go to departure, Delta 152 heavy.
Endeavor 4690, turn left heading 190, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. 4690, 30 right, clear for takeoff, left turn to 190. At 2298, wind 24012, gust 21, runway 30 right, clear to land.
36, Monmouth Tower, 136.7.
67, we'll see it on 1036.
And 36 minutes, car Alpha 7, cross 30 left, going Whiskey Elmore.
Alright, Alpha 7, cross 30 left, going Whiskey Elmore, go 1036.
It depends on the mainly, and I'm not here to help as much as I can. I'm going to have to actually read
Oh, yeah. Is that one Delta Cloud?
So,
No, it's tied.
stream Mondays,
We probably caught it coming in.
stream tomorrow, it just depends on his schedule.
Yeah, so we got the arrival, but we can't see behind the curtain.
Well, it depends.
4690 on the 190 heading, kind of departure, good day.
No, 2612 heavy.
2612, runway 17, taxi via Alpha 7, hold short of runway 30 left.
7 via Alpha 7, short of 30 left, Delta
4690, contact departure. 1036, minutes car out of here.
That's all right, clear for 1036.
Roger, thanks. 1036 on Whiskey, you can cross runway 4, continue to 17.
Swan Whiskey down to 17 for Delta 1036.
2612, Monmouth Tower, 126.7.
96 down, Grand Delta 9612.
You too.
At the end of the day, open. Exactly. Come back. Here, 40.
Tower just here, 799. Whiskey for the ILS 30 left. Airport site.
2612, minutes car up 7, cross 30 left, going Whiskey Elmore.
All right, I'm going to see where that Republic House livery Embraer 175
Chair
is.
799, Minneapolis Tower, wind 24012, gust 21, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left to chair 799.
United 2298. Turn left Mike, ground point 9. 2612 on the Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Whiskey cross 4, Delta 2612.
United 2298, joining Papa.
United 2298, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa, crossing runway 4 to the gate.
Papa cross 4 to the gate, United 2298.
Delta 1661, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 7 out, fly heading 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. 3606, Minneapolis Tower, wind 24010, vest 21, runway 30 right, clear to land.
This flight outbound to Atlanta, Delta 1036 with an Airbus A321. It's navigating on Whiskey, going to 17, and then we have a Nashville-bound 737-900ER trailing it on Whiskey. Crossing runway 422, also going to the west side of the field for 17. Speaking of Nashville Airport, I'm sure the spotting community down there in Nashville is excited because according to Aero Routes, British Airways upgraded service from a 777-200 to an Airbus A350-1000. So it looks like they're doing really well on the Nashville route from London Heathrow. British Air, they also do New Orleans as well. That, I believe, is also a 777. And in case anybody is wondering, does British Airways fly here? The answer to that is no. But the big question is, where are you going to put them? Now, of course, because they're a One World Alliance member with American Airlines, and American Airlines has gate space at the end of Concourse E, right where we're looking right here. Aer Lingus also utilizes one of these and E-gates as well. Now, Aer Lingus is not, I don't think they're One World anymore. They used to be, which explains why they have the arrangement with American. Probably a code share thing now is what I'm guessing. There's a flex wide-body gate that's down there. Aer Lingus, when they restarted service to the Twin Cities, they brought the Airbus A330-200, and that's where they would park last year in 2024. Then again, where are those people going to go when they get here? And there's already a London flight on Delta through SkyTeam Connections in and out of the Twin Cities, which, by the way, we saw arrive earlier in the form of Delta 9 Heavy at A330neo. Don't think that the circumstances are fit for British to fly here from London Heathrow. I mean, as cool as it sounds, not really a realistic option, well, in the near future anyways, that we know of.
Delta 1036, turn right heading 190.
Well, of course, stranger things have happened. Just kind of like before last year when Lufthansa announced, hey, we're showing up to MSP with regular service from Frankfurt in June. I'll tell you what, at the end of 2023, AvGeeks around here in the Twin Cities were just going nuts. Because we knew about Aer Lingus coming back at that time and how the schedules got leaked before the announcement was made public, and a bunch of travel sites or outlets were trying to be the first to break the news.
And stranger things that can happen, we get an occasional diversion.
Yeah.
Like our Lufthansa A380.
And that's the Munich to Denver route that flies within the region that sometimes is routed over Minnesota. But anyways, going back to that whole Aer Lingus thing, you know, there were a couple of outlets that report on aviation news, but they ended up just either A, spreading rumors or misinformation. And then when Aer Lingus came out and made the announcement that yes, indeed, that they were coming back here, it was not a good look. Wait till you have the facts first. Wait until you can verify that with the parties that be, and then you can go report on that. And that stemmed from the result of a social media post by a schedule analyst that looks at airline routings and schedules, that has access to the systems that the airlines have,
Heavy, Minneapolis, ground,
supposedly, that was able to see that and reported it right away. And according to Google Flights at the time, before Aer Lingus came back, even though that the information got leaked, the flights were not discoverable on Google Flights. They weren't even bookable on the airline's website, which is the test for me. Is it bookable? Yes, you have to be very careful with handling information around the aviation industry. As tricky as it can be sometimes, it's an extraordinarily volatile industry and market, because it's always changing.
Oh, scrolling back in the chat, Alex, I'm catching up a little bit because I'm going to have to start thinking about pushing back for departure. Aviation LAA corrected himself, said, yeah, whoops, my bad, Star Alliance.
All good.
Of course.
No, we knew what you meant.
Yep,
we got it.
You know, we don't have, sometimes we don't use spell check on our phones, and it likes to type other things that we're really trying to type. We all have that happen. And
it's just a part of being human.
Yep, and shout out and a big hi to Benjamin Brookhouse watching from Birmingham, England.
It's Birmingham.
Birmingham. Yeah, okay. Okay.
All right, we'll pull that up. Hi, happy Friday, Benjamin. Saying good evening again from Birmingham.
Been to London. And I know one of the little claim to fame that I can say about having been over there is I have stood on the Zero Meridian.
Oh, wow.
So before one of our cruises that we went over to do, we had a few days and took the boat down the Thames River to Greenwich.
Nice.
And back then, I think, you could do all that kind of little stuff and you didn't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Walked up to the old observatory and stood on the Zero Meridian. So one foot was in one hemisphere and the other was in the other.
So Elias, one of our members, asks, switching gears here a little bit, have we heard any news about our Turkish Airlines yet about potentially coming here? And right now it's looking doubtful, because Turkish had been known to do this. They did this to Denver before they started service, but I'm not so confident that things are looking on the up and up for Turkish. I think that maybe they put the cart before the horse a little bit more than they really needed to, and really you shouldn't be putting the cart before the horse, but that's just my thought on it. And I think a lot of these interesting bits of information that, if they're coming out, are pretty telling that things might be on the fence right now. Because, it was pretty certain, like, oh, yeah, we're going to show up. And I was a little bit skeptical. I'm like, I don't know about that. Exhibit A, Denver, which I just mentioned, where Turkish made their announcement. They never showed up. They didn't start service when they were hoping to. And, of course, there's a lot of logistics and a lot of discussions and negotiations that go on in the back room behind the scenes that have to be done in order for those routes to open up and service to start. So maybe they had to deal with more than they anticipated, but nonetheless, they got the service started. I'm hoping that is a broken record and it will repeat here into MSP. Now, there's a good chance that it will not happen at MSP, as Turkish wants to try and start service here. it might be more difficult than they realize. And I think that just with the amount of available gate space that's afforded to them and where they can go, Concourse G is pretty full. And when we're talking about, additional routes and services with wide-body aircraft here at MSP, it's getting a little congested. And it is a huge thing that concerns timing. When are those flights going to depart? When are those flights going to arrive? So all that stuff has to be worked out. I'm not saying that Turkish is not coming here or is coming here. I'm saying that right now, based on what I've heard from people that have been privy to some of these discussions or that have, some sort of industry experience that they can make an educated guess on to some of my connections, looking pretty on the fence right now. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. And like with anything here at this airport, I will believe it when I see it.
So their transponder is not on, Alex, at least not when I just checked, but our Discover flight back to Frankfurt has pushed. And then that might be my last departure before I'm going to have to head out, depending on how soon they get going.
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, I was kind of focused on our Centennial livery 8350 departure and all the other stuff that we still have yet to catch on our installment of MSP Airport Live today that I kind of forgot about Discover. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I'd really like to see that departure as well. It's just it's going to be pushing it a little bit for me to get up to where I need to go, which is about an hour drive from here.
Well, and we'll get the roar from the Trent 700 engines equipped to that A330-300, which that aircraft with that engine setup is something that we had not really seen in regular service prior to this year. So we have all different engine variants on A330s in and out of here at MSP now. I think that's the first time in history maybe where that's now the case, because we have Trent 700 powered A330s, we have GE CF680 powered A330s, those are for Delta, and same with the Pratt & Whitney engine choice, the PW4000 powered A330s. We're certainly a hot spot for A330 action here in the United States.
And I see an A330 being pushed over there, but I think they're just moving the airplane. And
yeah, based on how fast that pushback, and we'll kind of zoom in here so we can show it.
Yep, and Discover's on the move.
Yeah, Super Tug has to move like lightning to get that thing out of there. They got to make some gate space. Especially because we got Delta 170 Heavy that'll be arriving around 4:30 p.m. tonight.
Tug 6 Heavy, tow via Alpha 5, hold short of runway 30 left.
Alpha 5, hold short 30 left, for Tug 6 Heavy.
Yeah, it's musical airplanes being played over at Terminal 1 right now, Concourse G.
17, Super 6 Heavy.
Yeah, and of course the concourses up here at this airport used to go by color. And that has changed since back in the day when my dad was flying in and out of here. So the G concourse of today used to be the gold concourse.
Makes sense.
Super Tug 6 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, cross runway 30 left, proceed via Whiskey Charlie, monitor .9 on the other side.
At Alpha 5, flight across 30 left, Whiskey .9 on the other side, 6 Heavy.
And this arrival is Delta 2092 from Indianapolis, 717. You can always see them coming in on short final because I know, as you pointed out to me once, and I learned the fact that they have those strong lights for landing out on the tip of the wings.
It's a very distinct feature of the 717, much like its MD-90 and MD-80 series counterparts, even the DC-9s as well. This aircraft is the last remaining descendant of the DC-9 family. Developed by McDonnell Douglas Right around the time they merged with Boeing, Boeing continued development of this aircraft. It started as the MD-95, which it's referred to by aviation enthusiasts. If you're cultured, they'll sometimes call it that. Because if McDonnell Douglas did not merge with Boeing, that's what this aircraft would be known as, the MD-95, when it started development. And when Boeing got a hold of it, it became the 717. And Delta has found a strong niche for these aircraft to fill. They've served the airline well. I've flown on the 717 before. It's perhaps one of my favorite aircraft that I've ever flown on. It's in my top 3. 18-inch wide seats in main cabin are always nice.
All right, so I think our Discover back to Frankfurt is on the roll. And we're going to maybe get a photo bomb from that A330 that's being relocated over to Tech Ops. And then after this departure, I'm going to be signing off for today.
5063, Minneapolis down, would you like to know right? 5063, let's do right, taxi via Pampa.
30 at 14, that's 1 approximate turbulence departed heavy Airbus. Wind 230 at 14, gust 19er, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
30 left, clear to land at 944.
Sun Country 599, Minneapolis Tower, wind 230 at 14, gust 19er, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Did you hear the autopilot disconnect chime in the background when one of our arriving aircraft did the read back for the landing clearance? Now, this was the noise that they played in the cockpit, and this is what we use for our notable flight alerts. Listen to this.
461 heavy, turn right, heading 340, contact departure.
So while we are going to trigger that alert here, we do have a notable flight alert announcement. Our Delta Centennial livery A350 will be due out this evening expectedly. We're hoping that it's going to be during our broadcast. But yeah, that chime that you heard, it's the autopilot disconnect sound in the Airbus cockpit.
So, Alex, I'm going to sign off. I should hopefully be back out tomorrow to help and do the same thing and until I have to leave to get up to the pumpkin trail. So
1042, monitor tower.
All right. Well, I mean, I know that your time with us was brief here today, but we'd be back out here tomorrow to catch the Eagles and maybe Delta's Team USA if it's still on the schedule. I know that tomorrow's looking really spicy.
I should be able to get out here to help you get the start, but it'll be the same thing. I'm going to have to cut out early because right now while I'm working up there at the trail, I got to be up there for my shift to start. And it's about an hour drive from here at the airport to get up there and through downtown St. Paul on 35E and then head, continue north. But that's my plan as of now.
All right. Well, yeah. Certainly appreciate you coming on and
always
co-hosting for a little bit. And thanks for the great stories, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Proud to share them.
All right. Sounds good. All right. We'll say bye to RJ, everybody.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
We will see you later.
Alpha 5, hold short of runway 30, left.
Alpha and Alpha 5 short of 30 left, Delta 20.
Supertug 4 heavy, give way to the company 321, pulling out of Gulf 17.
Give away to the company, Gulf 21, overhead.
And land, yep.
Give away, overhead.
So that beeping sound that we heard over frequency we just played on our alert. I'll play it for you again.
United 1394, Minneapolis Tower, wind 240 at 13, gust 21.
It's got to go into the
right, land.
spot where that's at. Here we go.
Endeavor 5623,
oh, here we go.
About 5.5 miles now. Fly runway heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
So that is the Airbus autopilot disconnect tone. We're going to play it again. So that lets the pilots, the captain, the first officer in the cockpit know that, hey, your autopilot has been disconnected.
Delta 2275 Minneapolis Tower at Alpha 5, cross runway 30 left, twin whiskey.
Cross 30 left and...
That's such a fun sound.
4270, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Chad Ed, thanks so much for tuning in. Happy Friday. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend. Chad, watching from the great state of Wisconsin, our neighbors to the east.
Cross runway 4, hold short, runway 30 left.
Cross 4, hold short, 30.
Love the state of Wisconsin. Driven through there so many times with family on road trips to Michigan to go visit relatives. Been all over the Badger State. Been in the Driftless area, the Baraboo Hills, sort of western and southern Wisconsin, respectively. Have been in northern Wisconsin, central Wisconsin many times. Been to Green Bay many times. Go Packers. I'm a huge Packers fan, even though I grew up here in Minnesota. Some of you may ask that follow NFL football, well, why is that? Well, when you grow up watching now Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre on TV, when the Packers would come to town to play the Vikings or the Vikings would go to Green Bay to play the Packers, Brett Favre would just tear up the purple and gold. It was so fun to watch. Then, as I got older, I started learning a lot more about the history of the Green Bay Packers, and I knew that at that point forward, that was my team. Because when one of your former head coaches is engraved in every single Super Bowl trophy, the NFL championship, that is won every year, that has to mean something. One of the greatest coaches to ever coach professional football. Green Bay is called Title Town for a reason. 13 world championships, going back to the days before the AFL-NFL merger. If you need a reference, go look it up. It's fun information. I do have a soft spot for the Minnesota Vikings, though, but that's just because that they've just been so heartbroken in big moments. Like Gary Anderson's missed kick in 1999. After not missing a kick for 2 years, Pat Summerall, who was on the play-by-play for the NFL on Fox broadcast covering the NFC Championship game against the Dan Reeves-led Atlanta Falcons. I've seen the full rebroadcast of that game before. I like watching the classic stuff, so I'm trying to culture myself. And, you know, it's interesting because you ask somebody where they were at the time of Gary Anderson's missed kick in 1999, for those that were old enough to remember. They can tell you exactly what they were doing and where they were, just kind of like, you know, when 9/11 or these other national tragedies happened. Like, that's how hard it hit Minnesota collectively, and the sports fan base here especially. That's how tragic it was. But looking on the brighter side, though, the Minnesota Twins have won 2 World Series championships. Once in 1987 against the Cardinals, and then the other one beating the Atlanta Braves, which were one of the dominant teams of the 1990s, along with the New York Yankees.
Country 607, runway 17, taxi via Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
I'm not that much of a baseball fan, but I really have a lot of admiration for the Twins and their history.
All right, we'll do. Endeavor 4726, wind 220 at 12, gust 21. Fly runway heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. Set chair 801, turn left at Delta, contact on point 9.
That's on Delta, ground point 9.
It was 4169 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 30 left, check to via whiskey.
At Mike Cross 30 left, Jones Place, Coast 31, direction 4169.
It was 4270, turn right heading.
All right, everybody, we're going to give you an update here on our Delta 100 year Centennial Livery A350. Now, it was scheduled to depart 15 minutes ago to Amsterdam in charge of Flight 160 Heavy.
East to the gate.
They might be running a tad behind today. We don't have an update right now, according to Flight Radar or AirNav Radar, any flight tracking app right now as to the status of how long they'll be delayed.
4632, Minneapolis ground. Push approved, runway 30 right.
Yeah, all we can do right now is kind of keep an ear out on frequency for when they are cleared for pushback.
Cleared left.
Runway 30 left, clear low land, Delta 5.
23.67.
Carlos Garcia, in response to my little sports talk about the Vikings, me being a Packer fan. Oh, Alex, my wife, a native Minnesotan, would give you an earful for what you just said. Yeah. Here's what I'll say to Viking fans. At least you don't root for the Bears and you're not associated with Chicago Bears football. What a disgusting franchise.
Tower 4726 traffic, 1 o'clock and about 2.5 miles. The banner to at 2,200 feet in contact departure.
And Delta 2275.
Delta 2275, wind 230.
Now, I know with that comment, I just enraged probably every Chicagoan that may or may not be watching this broadcast or any Bears fan, but I absolutely am not going to take that back. The Packers-Bears rivalry in the NFL is as nasty and is as classic as it gets. Well, the other rivalries in the NFL that are also certainly interesting is the AFC North. Everyone hates each other with a burning passion. Speaking of AFC North teams, the Bengals and Steelers played last night on Thursday Night Football. Did anyone see that game where Aaron Rodgers led the Steel City to victory? Yeah, over 40 years old, and he's still kicking in the NFL. I think same with Joe Flacco, too. Used to be the franchise QB, the starter for the Baltimore Ravens, and got passed around after he became spoiled goods. Had a brief stint with the Browns that didn't work out well, then got traded in the middle of the season. And the past couple weeks, he's been starting under center for the Cincinnati Bengals, the Cleveland Browns' in-state rival. Both teams founded by Paul Brown, one of the pioneers in the National Football League as head coach, and an inventor, too. In fact, the Cleveland Browns are named after Paul Brown, who also went to go start the Cincinnati Bengals. I'll tell you what. Sports history is fascinating.
Runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
Delta Papa, 30.
0, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 559, turn right, contact ground point 9.
Right, ground point 9, Delta 5.
It's Delta 559 cruising in from LAX.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 240 at 12, gust 21, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Zero left, clear to land for 2 Golf Hotel. Delta, parking Charlie 6.
Delta 559, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Delta Papa to the gate.
Pop to the gate, Delta. Traffic.
Visit 475, monitor tower 123.67.
Monitor tower 2367, extension 475 today.
Ground hello, I said 460 months. Here on the de-icing cut, requesting stop step.
That's your 46 Lima, the engine starts to go to discretion.
That's about discretion, I said 461.
Sun Country 607, turn right heading 230, contact departure.
Oh, thanks, Carlos.
Get in.
I watched the game for a little bit last night. Yeah, wow, talk about that. Bengals beat the Steelers.
That meteor ready to go?
That is a much-needed win for the Bengals, especially after losing Joe Burrow for the year.
Pushes approved. Pop is current runway 22. Give me call point 900 taxi.
Cincinnati with one of the worst offensive lines in football, in my opinion. Has not been able to protect Joe Burrow, who's their face of the franchise. Got injured early in the season and then needed to bow out and get surgery and has been on IR. That being injured reserve.
For 8 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 2 mile final, cross runway 30 left on runway 22.
Cross 30 left on.
I'll tell you what, things have really gotten nice out here. 68 degrees Fahrenheit. And the cloud cover that had kind of blanketed the area for much of the first part of our show has since vacated. Now we've got mostly sunny skies. We should have some fantastic golden hour action from MSP coming up.
2170 for Midway, by chance. Yeah, we got that paperwork now. I think it's probably has a different number there, but pushes the Bruce up at 2170, point and attaching.
23, fly runway heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
All right, quick announcement here just about some of our notable flights that will be arriving or departing MSP Airport. During our broadcast, we've got a UPS MD-11 freighter inbound from Louisville, Kentucky. That'll be expected around the start of the 5 o'clock hour. We are currently awaiting the departure of Delta 160 Heavy with our Centennial livery Airbus A350-900 that will be dispatched to Amsterdam tonight. And actually, speaking of which, there it is. It's pushing back.
Air Force Looks Lima, order proceed via Delta to the gate.
Proceed by Delta to the gate, I said 460.
So whiskey monitor point 9.
Okay, Delta Whiskey, you will monitor point 9 for 2 Golf Hotel.
No problem. Comedy 1023 at November Cross, runway 17, taxi via Lima. Except at 475, contact departure.
All right, so this particular aircraft, November 527 Delta November, brand new. Delivered in February this year to Delta Airlines in that Centennial coat of paint. There's also an Airbus A321neo that is adorned with the same livery, although I think that the A350 wears it much better.
48 cross runway 17 on runway
Livery's
22.
nice and clean. So this aircraft will be departing to Amsterdam tonight on 160 Heavy. Then tomorrow, it will turn around and depart Amsterdam for Detroit. And then after
4632, turn right
its service from
340,
Amsterdam to Detroit, it will fly from the Motor City all the way to Tokyo, Haneda.
Charlie, hold short over 930 right.
Settling 3 affirmative, Delta Whiskey, monitor point
And
9.
from there,
Delta Whiskey Monitor.
I'm curious on October 19th or 20th if it's going to be flying from Haneda
Heavy, 30 left.
here to Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Delta 170 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 240 at 12, gust 23, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 left, Delta 170 Heavy.
Time 5120, contact ground point 8 for taxi. Total 160 Heavy, monitor tower on 123.9 or 5.
2395 Delta 160 Heavy.
So are they going north side here? What is going on?
Frontier 3045 Minneapolis Tower, caution weight turbulence, 6.5 inch of a heavy Airbus, wind 240 at 9er, gust 23, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear land, Frontier 3045.
Thank you.
I think I know why they sent it north side.
78 taxi with information profile.
South 2178, runway 17, taxi via...
Oh, that's why, because they had another heavy arriving. This is 170 from Seoul, South Korea.
For 17, Southwest 2178. Final 30 left.
Delta 170 Heavy, turn right, contact ground point 9.
Turn ground point 9, Delta 170 Heavy.
Delta 1123 Minneapolis Tower, wind 250 at 9er, gust 23, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Delta 1123, clear to land 30 left.
Ground Delta 170 Heavy, clearing at Delta for Gulf 6.
171 or 170 Heavy, Minneapolis ground taxi Alpha to the gate.
Off to the gate, Delta 170 Heavy.
Wind 250 at 10.
All right, here comes Frontier from Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, from Tower, Delta 1208, ILS 30 left.
Delta 1208 Minneapolis Tower, wind 240 at 10. Runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 1208.
I'll be, let's make it Delta and hold short of Charlie 1 for now.
Delta, hold short of Charlie 1 for now, Super Duck 6.
Super Tug 6, continue via Delta and hold short of Whiskey.
Delta, hold short of Whiskey, Super 6.
Ground Frontier 3045, clear 30 left, Charlie.
Frontier 3045, Minneapolis, what's the gate today?
Go to Hotel 9, sir, Frontier 3045.
Frontier 3045, taxi via Charlie, Charlie 2 to the gate.
Charlie 2 to the gate, Frontier 3045.
The 2057, Minneapolis, pushback is your discretion, runway 17.
That's our discretion, 17, Delta 2057.
Four available.
Affirmative. Delta 1123, turn right, contact ground point 9.
Yeah, ground point 9 up there. Left pocket. use visual 30 left.
Delta 1560 Minneapolis Tower, wind 250 at 9, runway 30 left, clear to land.
And 30 left, Delta.
Not sure what's going on with our Centennial livery
Super Tug 6, continue via Whiskey, Whiskey 7. hold
A350
short,
900. Oh boy.
Whiskey 7, hold shot 30 left, Super Duck 6.
I think I know why they sent them north side. We're going to get a 2-2 departure.
Ground up 1123 on 4 in Alpha for
Because the position data on flight radar has indicated that they are holding short of runway 22. How about this for a highlight?
78, contact departure.
So my initial reaction
Latest arrival Alpha departure, full back altimeter 2905.
was to say that they were going to depart off the north parallel because the frequency is 0.9 or 5 for the north parallel controller. And the frequency, technically, as it's listed for runway 422, that's a crosswind runway here at MSP Airport, is 126.7, which we're listening to right now, in addition to ground south, which is the main ground frequency here at MSP Airport. 126.7 is the frequency for 12 right, 30 lefts in runway 422.
2640 Minneapolis Tower, wind 240 at 9, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Whatever the case may be, holy smokes, this is going to be something.
Delta 1208, runway 4 or Mike, turn right, contact ground point 9.
We got Mike, right turn Mike, ground point 9, Delta 1208.
So, folks, we are going to wait,
Whiskey 7, cross runway 30 left, proceed to the gate.
hopefully get a runway 4 departure. This is going to be spectacular. Technically, this is 22. It's runway 422. This is a very unusual.
Ground up 1208 on the 30 left at Mike gate is Golf 8.
1208 Minneapolis on Alpha. cross
It's a very
runway 22.
uncommon thing to see, I should
On
say.
Alpha, cross runway 22 to the gate, Delta 1208.
Back for you shortly.
Yeah, the heavies have in the past.
Did the approach controller give you the
When performance factors require it, they will request to depart, even though that there is traffic arriving and departing on the parallels. They will request to depart on runway 22. Sometimes it's because they need the extra real estate.
Delta 160 heavy, runway 22, line up and wait, traffic still landing, runway 30 left and 30 right.
Line up and wait, runway 22, Delta 160 heavy.
Delta 2574 Minneapolis Tower traffic will be holding in position on runway 22, wind 240 at 10, runway 30 left, clear to land. Delta 1560 terminate at Mike, contact ground point 9.
Ground point 9, up.
D57 monitor tower on 126.7.
Oh, here we go. Got our
And a back to 9 Lima Foxtrot. I'm going to have a heavy Airbus.
Airbus A350-900, the Delta Centennial livery,
Put down Mike if you can't hold
is
short.
lining up with runway 22 to depart Minneapolis, St. Paul. How about that?
Delta 2057 Minneapolis Tower, Charlie Cross, runway 30 left, going whiskey, hold short to runway 22.
Charlie Cross 30 left, right on, hold short, runway 4.
United 2640, roll down to Alpha 8, contact ground point 9.
Alpha 8, ground point 9, 2640.
Ground Sun Country 1621, ready to taxi Quebec.
Country 1621, array 30 right, taxi via Delta, hold short of whiskey.
30 right, Delta, hold short, whiskey, Sun Country 1621.
Ground, yeah, 2640, Alpha 8, parking Echo 7.
At 2640 Minneapolis ground, after you exit, taxi straight ahead to Bravo, then Mike 6, hold short of runway 22.
Straight ahead to Bravo, Mike 2, and hold short of runway 22, United 2640.
At 2640 Mike 6, hold short of runway 22.
Mike 6, short of 22, 2640.
Zero for 9 Foxtrot Airport is in sight.
Nevada 9 Lima Foxtrot, thank you. I'm going to have a heavier bus departing runway 22 here in about 1 minute. So I'm going to need you to remain southeast of runway 22.
Nevada 9 Lima Foxtrot, southeast, remain southeast of runway 22.
Tower 4729, Tower 4729, Minneapolis Tower traffic will be departing runway 22, wind 240 at 9, runway 30 left, cleared to land. 30 left, And back 9 Lima Foxtrot traffic, it's about 2 to 3 o'clock and about 3 miles to 737, descending for runway 30 right, 3.7 sight.
Back 9 Lima Foxtrot, looking.
Delta 2574, advise if you have Delta.
Delta 2534.
Delta 160 heavy traffic on a 2.5 mile final for 30 right. Fly runway heading, runway 22. Cleared for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 22, Delta 160 heavy.
Delta 2574, contact ground point 9.
Ground point 9, Delta 2534.
Intel, Medevac 9, Lima Foxtrot, we got the traffic going to 30 left.
Medevac 9, Lima Foxtrot, roger, they are about 1.5 miles final for runway 30 right. Just verified the correct one at 1,500.
Okay, behind company on the Bravo, we'll see you, Delta.
Traffic and proceed direct children.
Okay, maintain separation. I got the one taking off on 22, direct to children.
I think you said which one, I'm sorry, which box gate?
Delta 56.
What did you say? So 1560 via Alpha, all the way to the gate, we'll see ya.
Have a good day, Delta 56.
United 2640, cross runway 22. You can follow that traffic ahead, that Delta traffic into the gate, we'll see ya.
Good cross runway 22 and then straight ahead of the gate.
Sun Country 1621, taxi up to, hold short of, runway 30 left on Delta.
Yeah, it's a special livery too. I mean, you guys were out here at the perfect moment.
Sorry, 1621, monitor tower, 126.7, we'll see ya.
Monitor tower,
That is like a 1 in 10,000 chance you'll get that.
Holy cow, that was incredible. We have to take another look at this.
Delta 160 heavy contact departure. Good day.
Good day.
Is Endeavor calling, I think, Minneapolis, drop it again.
I'm sorry, it's a banner tail at 2,600 overflying downtown if you have them in sight.
Medevac 9, Lima Foxtrot, I do. I'm going to go ahead and start my descent down now. Get out of your hair.
Lima Foxtrot, thank you, and proceed at your discretion.
Lima Foxtrot, my discretion.
Delta 2057, wind 240 at 10, turn right, heading 190. Runway 17, clear for takeoff. Endeavor 4729, turn right, Delta, start on Delta towards your gate, tactical cross behind you. Contact ground point 9.
Right on Delta toward the gate and ground point 9 Endeavor 4729.
Sun Country 1621, Minneapolis tower traffic about a 2 mile final at Delta, cross runway 30 left, taxi to Delta Papa. Alright, cross 30 left, Delta Papa, Sun Country 1621. Delta 2021, Minneapolis tower, another way at Mike, cross runway 30 left, join whiskey.
Cross 30 left at Mike, join Whiskey, Delta 2821.
I've now Delta 171 heavy to taxi.
Endeavor 4729, Minneapolis, what's the gate today?
I'll monitor point 8.
Delta Papa will monitor point 8, Sun Country 1621.
Monitor ground on point 8.
Delta Papa monitor point 8 Endeavor 4629.
Minneapolis ground up to 171 heavy information complex.
Delta 171 heavy, runway 22, taxi down Alpha, hold short at Delta.
Alpha short of Delta.
All right, how about that? We're going to get another A350 departure.
20 left, United 732.
West 4008 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 mile final at Charlie Cross, runway 30 left. Taxi via Charlie Tango.
Alright, clear cross 30 left. Charlie Tango, what up?
Air Shuttle 6174, turn right at Mike, contact ground point 9.
Right at Mike, ground point 9, 6174.
Delta 2057, contact departure. Okay.
Medevac 9 Lima Foxtrot is landing ashore. Can I call you on departure?
Medevac Lime at 9 Lima Foxtrot. Yeah, you can call me back on departure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Tower UPS 5568 heavy 30 left.
UPS 5568 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 250 at 12, gust 1/8, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
Clear to land 30 left, UPS 5568 heavy.
Delta 2821, wind 250 at 11, gust 1/8, turn right heading 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
All right, we got Southwest. Hauling to Terminal 2. Now we've got United 732 about to touch down from Denver, Colorado. And behind that, it's our UPS MD-11 from Louisville, Kentucky. And then we're also going to have a departure here pretty soon. Delta 171 off to Seoul, South Korea. And you've got to be kidding me. Are we going to go 2 for 2 here on A350 departures today?
United 732, turn right to runway 4. Contact ground point 9.
Say again, we have 732.
United 732, turn right at runway 4 and contact ground point 9.
Right on runway 4, point 9, United 732.
The 171 Heavy, monitor tower 123.905.
On our tower 12395, Delta 171. Ground United 734 at runway 4 for gate Echo 6.
United 732 Minneapolis ground, thanks. Turn right on Alpha, then taxi via Delta, hold short of Charlie 5.
Right on Alpha, Delta, hold short Charlie 5, United 732.
I'm going to change that a little bit. United 732 taxi via Charlie, hold short of Charlie 5.
Via Charlie, hold short Charlie 5, United 732.
Tower Delta 2129, ILS 30 left, parking Delta 4.
Delta 2129 Minneapolis Tower, thank you. Wind 260 at 11, gust 1/8, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 2129.
Delta 2821, contact departure.
All right, how about that? There's our Star Alliance livery, 737, arriving from Denver for United. We've also got Shamrock that just came in from Dublin. Aer Lingus is here. There they are, just exiting the runway. And it looks like Delta 171 Heavy is going to be departing off of runway 22, just like what 60 Heavy did with our Delta Centennial livery A350. So how about that, a 2 for 1, 2 A350, 2 departures in one edition of MSP Airport Live. Oh, sorry guys.
1263 Minneapolis ground, pushback is your discretion, and flying on runway 17.
There's too much going on. It's all at once. It's all at the same time. Oh, well.
taxi, we be requesting 30 left if possible.
City's metering for you, start station. Flight 3032 Minneapolis ground from West Cargo, runway 17, taxi via Lima.
29, turn right to runway 4, and then a right turn on Alpha. Contact ground point 9.
4 Alpha ground point 9, just trying to finish.
Sorry, it's like 50-50 whether or not you guys call the push or taxi, so it's just my mistake. Push back your discretion. Sorry, 3032, and advisory to the taxi, please.
Alright, we'll push back, we'll call you back for taxi, Sun Country 30.
Sorry, thanks.
Ground Delta 2129. 4, making the right turn, Alpha Parking Delta 4.
So 2129 Minneapolis ground, roger, taxi straight ahead down runway 4, please, and then pop to the gate. We'll do that.
4, pop to the gate, Delta 29.
Yeah, I don't know what I said. Clear to land 30 left, up 1945.
Thanks.
You may have your paperwork.
Okay, going to focus.
So Delta 4.
Irish B says busy, busy.
Delta 4.
So 2129 monitor.
That it is indeed. It's a good problem to have. You have too much going on at one time.
Ever 4763 Minneapolis Tower, enter instructions. Turn right on Alpha. Hold short of runway 30 left at Alpha 8.
Unlike Pokemon, can't catch them all in that situation.
0 left on Alpha B, 4730. Push our discretion, 30 right, Delta 1476.
Jet Cherry 01 Minneapolis ground. Unfortunately, I can't give you the left today. The Wellstone departures are going 30 right. So plan to rate 30 right. Got one inbound, and I'll call you back.
801, thank you. Delta 12, back.
Ever 4763, I'm going to keep you moving down to Alpha 10. Hold short of runway 30 left at Alpha 10.
Push our 30 left at Alpha 10, 47.
Delta 2981, do you have runway 4? Delta 2981, turn right runway 4, ground point 9.
449, Delta 2981.
Endeavor 4826 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 30 left, join Whiskey. Watch at 969 Minneapolis Tower, cross runway 30 left, turn left on Whiskey.
Cross 30 left and left on Whiskey, towards at 969.
Delta 2062 Minneapolis Tower, traffic will hold in position runway 22, wind 23011, runway 30 left, clear to land. Delta 171 Heavy Minneapolis Tower, runway 22, line up and wait traffic landing, runway 30 left and right.
Line up and wait on runway 22, Delta 171 Heavy.
There we go.
It is Rival Bravo.
Our flight to
Romeo,
Seoul instructed to line up and wait on runway 22. Seldomly used here at MSP Airport, but today it will be used twice with A350 departures.
Follow me to custom.
Push at 969 Minneapolis ground, taxi me. Whiskey 6. Delta 1263, continue down Bravo. You could expedite tax. Traffic holding in position on runway 22, cross runway 22, and then on Mike hold short of runway 30 left, please.
Alright, Bravo,
Wind 240 at 12 gust 23. Delta 1945, turn right at Mike, contact on point 9.
Right, Mike, point 9, 1945, yes.
Ever 4763, company on the other side leads for you at Alpha 10, cross runway 30 left, join Whiskey.
Cross running 30 left, Alpha 10, join Whiskey, 4763. Delta 1945, we're on Mike, going to Charlie 10.
Delta 1945 Minneapolis, turn right on Alpha, cross runway 22, then Delta, Papa to the gate.
Alright, right Alpha, cross 22, Delta, pop to the gate, Delta 1945.
Which Charlie gate did you say?
Charlie 10.
Thank you, Delta 1263, monitor tower 126.7.
So, folks, this is not a drill. Runway 22 open for business with Delta 171 departing off to Seoul, South Korea. We saw 160 Heavy do it just moments before, and now we're going to get another 22 departure today. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope you're having as much fun as we are here at MSP Airport. Alex Redding with you on MSP Airport Live. We've had a great day today. The cloud cover that had kept us company in the beginning of our show has moved on out of here. Nudged away by the clearing skies off to our west and marvelous sunshine.
45, you wanted Delta Papa, correct?
1945, affirmative. Traffic off the left is moving now. Monitor ground on point 8.
Point 8, yeah.
Delta 1028 Heavy, just waiting for this traffic to clear your tail down Delta. Once they do, push back to your discretion. Which runway, 17 or 30 left today?
For the 30 left, and what's the traffic? I need to tell them about.
Just the one right behind you now, Airbus past your tail.
Okay, so once that traffic is clear, we're clear to push, and we're requesting 30 left. Thanks, Delta 1028 Heavy.
Plan 30 left, thanks. Chair 801, amend your instructions just slightly. Taxi via Whiskey to Whiskey 7. At Whiskey 7, hold short of runway 30 left.
Whiskey 7, and at Whiskey 7, hold short of 30 left, Denver 801.
Get your 801, monitor tower, 126.7.
Tower, Delta Papa,
Number 693 Mike Romeo, Minneapolis Tower, cross runway 30 left, turn left on Whiskey.
Alright, cross 30 left on Charlie, left turn on Whiskey. 3 Mike Romeo.
Jet Chair 801, monitor ground point 9. Delta 171 Heavy, I see you in the turn to verify your heading 340. Delta 171 Heavy, radio check.
Sorry, Delta 171 Heavy, we're turning to 340.
Thank you, Delta 171 Heavy, got you out of steering contact departure.
On.
Delta 1887 Minneapolis Tower, wind 230 at 12, gust 23, runway 30 left.
Holy cow.
Denver 4763, runway 17 line up and wait.
17 line full wait, 4763.
Right side, and then it'll be a right turn down turn.
Oh yeah, we're going to have to replay this. There you go, everybody. Delta 171 using runway 22, the seldom used crosswind runway at MSP to get airborne to Seoul.
Country 3032, runway 17, taxi via Lima.
17 via Lima, Sun Country 3030.
What a marvelous departure tonight.
Denver 4763, wind 230 at 12, gust 23. Fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff, until 4763.
Denver 4826, runway 17, line up and wait.
Scramble, Delta 1555, taxi Romeo.
Little 1555, runway 30 right, taxi via, make it Bravo and hold short of Delta.
Bravo short of Delta for 30 right, Delta 1555.
Denver 4826, wind 240 at 12.
Well, I'll tell you what, everybody, we are going to have a full runway recap, a highlights package at the conclusion of our broadcast tonight.
1323 Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, line up and wait.
What a live program that we've been able to bring you today. It's been a lot of fun. It's going to continue to get fun as we work into golden hour here at MSP Airport.
Right at Delta and ground for 9, Delta 2528. Wind 250 at 11, gust 23.
Continue via Delta and Whiskey for runway 30 left.
Continue Delta and Whiskey for runway 30 left, I'd say for 6 months.
Runway 3633 Minneapolis ground, pushback would be your discretion for runway 17.
Pushback our discretion for 17, Sun Country 633.
Ground Delta 2528.
Lee Harris, one of our viewers from Bloomington, Minnesota. That's where I grew up.
Turn left at Bravo.
As they take off using runway 22, I hear them go over my house in Bloomington.
Charlie 5.
I did too when I was growing up.
Delta, I'll have more for you.
In fact, my parents still
Bravo, Charlie,
live in
25,
Bloomington.
Delta
Shout out to Mom and Dad.
2528.
Delta 1555, just behind the company there. Continue via Bravo, Charlie.
I grew up watching those 747s that Northwest had in their fleet, and then later Delta buzzed my house in the afternoon. They would be frequent guests
Start with metering to have your paperwork.
using runway 22. And it looks like our Iceland Air Max 8 that was stuck overnight following its arrival into MSP Airport yesterday is now in motion, headed to 30 left for departure.
Delta to Papa and monitor ground on point 8.
Delta, Papa, and ground point 8, Delta 2528.
Delta 1555 via Charlie, Charlie 5, Delta, and Papa. Monitor ground on point 8.
Ground point 8, Charlie, Charlie 5, Delta, Papa 55.
63, wind 250 at 11, gust 23, fly runway heading runway 17, clear for takeoff.
7, but I'll do the paperwork. Runway 17 for departure. Taxi down Whiskey and hold short of Delta.
Yep. J 1323, turn right heading 320.
For parking Pakistan. Delta 1887 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha to the gate.
Alpha to the gate, Delta 1887.
Gust 23, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 left, go 24.
This is Flight Delta 1887 from Houston Intercontinental, with an Airbus A220. All right, next up for arrival on runway 30 left, it's American Airlines from Dallas, Fort Worth. And next up for departure, we'll have Iceland Air sending a MAX back to Reykjavik.
30 left via Delta Alpha behind company Alpha right, Delta 1020 heavy.
Delta 1263, turn right heading 230.
Also keep in mind one of our domestic wide-body flights for Delta. An extra equipment upgrade headed back to Atlanta is going to be using 30 left to depart the Twin Cities tonight as well. We have that coming up around the corner.
Delta 1263, contact departure.
Charter Alpha, Delta 1028.
Holy cow, this has been an action-packed Friday for plane spotting.
Turn left on Alpha, then Charlie, Charlie 5 once the gate.
Left on Alpha, Charlie, Charlie 5, E13, American 2406.
American 2406.
The call signed for Iceland Air headed back to Reykjavik, which they'll be in later in scheduled service, but it looks like this is a repositioning move. Iceland Air 46 Lima off to Reykjavik. With an aircraft, a Boeing Max that was needing to stay overnight, be making its way back home. So you got United holding short, United 658 to Chicago O'Hare. I think one of our streaming colleagues will catch that when it arrives later. Delta 2941 now scooting in from Sarasota, Florida. So they are about to touch down. There they are.
There'll be one more arrival. We'll start on 30 left.
Into the background, there's our A330-900 Neo that's taxiing its way to 30 left, departing for Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson.
United 658 Minneapolis, Tower, no delay at Mike. Cross runway 30 left, join Whiskey.
No delay on Mike, cross 30 left, and then join Whiskey, United 658.
And there's United 658. Off to Chicago.
Ground Delta 2941, Charlie, gate Charlie 3.
So 2941 Minneapolis ground, turn right on Alpha, then taxi via Delta, Papa to the gate.
Right on Alpha, left on Delta, to the gate, Delta 2941.
Yep, Delta to Papa, Delta 2941.
Sorry, Delta to Papa, Delta 2941.
Secretary 633 again, who actually...
I think we'll have one more arrival here, and then Iceland Air might get going. We'll see where the controllers will slot in our icy departure. The aircraft that will be headed back to Reykjavik this evening, a 737 MAX 8, registration Tango Foxtrot -India Charlie Golf. Abbreviated to Charlie Golf, this MAX 8. For those who did not hear, stayed overnight in the Twin Cities for a reason unknown to me, but they're headed back to Iceland this evening under some marvelous skies. So they are going to have to sit and wait for this aircraft to exit the runway. Really, they're waiting for the controller clearance. Got an A321 Neo arriving.
Delta 413, turn right at Charlie, no delay exiting, contact ground point 9.
Charlie point 9 or Delta 413.
Delta 413, that's a flight from Los Angeles, California. It's with a Airbus A321 Neo. All right, Iceland Air is ready to get going. So we'll swing over to 30 left to catch them rocketing down the runway. So they are now just lining up with 30 left, and they are on the roll. A turn and burn for Iceland Air out of view, and they will pop out on the other side of this building here in just a second as they thunder down the runway.
We get the winds again for 17, United 658.
Yeah, wind 240 at 14, gust 20.
Thank you. Minneapolis Tower, Delta 165 Heavy, visual approach 30 left.
Delta 165 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 240 at 13, gust 20, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, Delta 165.
Medevac Yellowstone 2, Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, line up and wait.
James 1394 Minneapolis ground on Charlie, hold short of Alpha.
Hold Charlie short of Alpha, 3994. 0 left, continue Delta Papa. 30 left is Delta, and then Papa Country 1. Delta 2226, turn right at Mike, contact ground point 9.
Launch point on Delta 1226.
2043, taxi via Quebec, cross runway 22.
Ground Delta 2226, line parking, Golf 414.
So 2226 Minneapolis ground, thanks, on Alpha, cross runway 22 to the gate, United will wait for you.
On Alpha, cross runway 22 to the gate, Delta 2226.
All right, how about this? Delta 165 now on short final, arriving from Amsterdam.
Okay, give way to United.
About to cross over the Minnesota River and land on 30 left. We headed to either concourses F or G. We'll see where they end up. So they are scheduled. According to Flight Radar, let's see if I can find their gate information. Not at the moment. Oh, there we go. Gulf 4. Had to look for it just a second. Of course, that is subject to change.
Tower Function 395, ILS 30 left.
Yellowstone 2, fly heading 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Cautionary turbulence from the departed bus.
2349, what's the game?
Buck 5.
So 2349, taxi to your runway 22, Charlie 6.
22 Charlie 6, Buck 5.
Left line of Hawaii Delta 1028 heavy.
Booked at 395, Minneapolis car, continue inbound, start slowing up. Cautionary turbulence, a heavy Airbus departs prior to arrival, expected clearance by 2 miles an hour.
I'm slowing down, which will be
633 Minneapolis car, runway 17 miles away, for delay position for a heavy departing runway 30 left. Also 165 heavy, right turn Alpha 8 if you got it, please. Join Alpha and contact ground on point 9.
Ground on Alpha 8, join Alpha ground point 9, Delta 165 heavy.
Good day. Yellowstone 2, contact departure, have a good day.
All right, Delta 1028
heavy, clear 30 left on Alpha for Golf 4.
now lined up with runway 30 left for departure, and it's waiting for another A330neo, this one arriving from Amsterdam to exit the runway.
2 Gus 20.
30 left, clear land, push at 395.
Look at that, an A330neo arrival and then a departure back-to-back. Fun stuff.
Ground 06, what a month for Charlie 23.
That's 3851 Minneapolis ground, taxi to be a pop across runway 22 to the gate.
Cross TC, cross TC to the gate.
Winds 24010, gust 20. Delta 1028 heavy, turn left turn heading now 180, and contact departure.
Left turn 180, contact departure, Delta 1028 heavy. So long.
Say 3033 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 17.
Super fun. Good evening, Nate. Nate says, good evening, Alex. We'll extend that greeting right back at you. Happy Friday. Nate also sending congratulations on reaching 9,000 YouTube subscribers. Well, you're welcome. Well, thanks for helping out and being a part of it.
So it's 1533 Minneapolis Tower, 5 and trail with an Embraer. Start slowing up. Additional traffic will hold position. You can expect a landing clearance about a 2-mile final. Winds currently 2308, gust 20.
I was 10 in, and I was slowing up.
Sun Country 633, caution wake turbulence.
Photo Fuel Cargo Road actually is accessible to the public.
Clear for takeoff.
Same with the viewing area. So if anyone is in the Twin Cities area and wants to know where we're at, go look up the MSP Aircraft viewing area. just doing a basic Google search will get you to where you need to go. The airport has a web page with all the necessary information as to where to find it, how to get there, all that stuff.
Series, you ready to go? 30 left, operator.
Open dawn to dusk every day is the viewing area, and I'll tell you what, as we charge towards dusk, we're going to continue to indulge in what has been a stupendous outing here at MSP Airport for plane spotting.
4070, turn right at Delta if you got it. Otherwise, Charlie, contact ground point 9.
Right, Delta, ground point 9. Good news, 4070.
We got a jungle jet. It's an Embraer.
Sun Country 633, contact departure. Have a good day.
I love these aircraft. These are phenomenal regional jets.
Delta 4, Charlie 8.
See an E175 or 195, 170, or 190. On your itinerary, you know you're on a solid airframe. Very comfortable one, too.
Endeavor 4765, runway 30 left, clear land with 220 at 9 gust 20.
Ground Challenger 693, Mike Romeo at signature with information Romeo.
It'll be interesting to see where our Star Alliance 737-800 that arrived earlier from Denver is going to be going to. Oh yeah, that we certainly caught tonight.
Custody 42 Minneapolis, contact TV Papa to the gate.
Here's United 1394 with service to Denver, Colorado.
Whiskey 7, hold short to runway 30 left.
All right, going to 30 right, whiskey 7 and hold short 30.
And the spacing very tight for the arrival that has come in just behind our United departure off to Denver. This is from Chicago O'Hare. It's a Delta A220.
Number 693, Mike Romeo, monitor tower 126.7, July further.
Tower 26.7,
Go point 9.
Point 9, please. So the 1533 Willis, yeah, going to Charlie 7.
So 1533 Minneapolis, contact C via Delta, Quebec to the gate.
Delta, Quebec to the gate, thank you, Delta, thank you, sir.
All right, looks like we got another biz jet making its way out of signature. This is a Bombardier Challenger 350. It came in from Aberdeen earlier. Not quite sure where they're going.
Southern Jet 608 Minneapolis Tower.
Registration November 693, Mike Romeo.
Under 693 Mike Romeo, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 7 out at Whiskey 7, cross runway 30 left, and then join Alpha.
Here's Endeavor from Cedar Rapids, Iowa with a CRJ.
Whiskey 7 and join Alpha on the other side, 3 Mike Romeo.
Endeavor 4765, turn right Charlie, contact ground point 9.
Charlie, over to Granite, 47
And Challenger 693, Mike Romeo, join Alpha, and you can contact ground at point 9. They'll have further.
All right, we'll call ground point 9.
Taxi via Charlie, Quebec to the gate. Actually, Charlie, Charlie 5, Delta, Quebec to the gate.
Charlie, Charlie 5, Delta, Quebec to the gate. Ground Challenger 693, Mike Romeo is on Alpha 7, joining Alpha.
Number 693, Mike Romeo, Minneapolis ground. Back taxi via Alpha, Delta, Papa, runway 30 right.
Alpha, Delta, Papa to 30 right, 3 Mike Romeo.
Ground Worldwide 72 is exiting 30 right on the Papa 8, taxi to signature.
Worldwide 72, Minneapolis ground. Taxi with a right turn down Papa, then Charlie. Hold short, overnight 30 left.
All right, Papa, Charlie, hold short, 30 left, Worldwide 72.
Worldwide 72, thanks. That's CRJC taxi. We'll turn out of your way.
We'll be looking for him, Worldwide 72.
Remember 693, Mike Romeo, pass behind the CRJ. You'll see up at Charlie 5, please.
Country 30, 33 taxi.
3033, runway 17, taxi via Lima.
Lima to 17, country 30. Is 7 out for 30 left.
Get Alpha.
All right, everybody. Well, we have a
and hold short of runway 30
brief
left
lull in
down
the
at
action
Alpha
here.
5
We're going to
now.
step aside. We're going to
So we're gonna go
take a quick
Alpha,
break, and then we will be
Alpha 5,
right
hold
back
short, 30 left on Alpha 5,
in a
Worldwide
couple
72.
minutes with the live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live as this fantastic Friday at the airport continues when we come back.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our number one goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialists will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Has been a fantastic Friday for plane spotting here at the aircraft viewing area, and I'll tell you what, getting a little concerned at the start of our show that it might be more of a cloudy outing.
It'll be 30 right.
But I'll tell you what, boy, has everything cleared up.
That's 4301 Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right. Let me call you in a second. That RJ wants Charlie 26. I don't know what way they're going to go. Got 3646. Are you going in 79 or 95? I've got one coming out of 79.
So there's a look at the aircraft viewing area. I'll tell you what, it is a packed house today.
Got 4301. They're going to go in right behind you. So 930 right and pop in front of the RJ.
Well, and I'll tell you, why wouldn't it be?
Right on the runway if you got it. Runway 4, otherwise up to Mike.
We got 4.
Especially on a day like today. Not a surprise in the slightest that folks are enjoying the mid-October weather that is unseasonably warmer than what we typically expect for this time of year, but we will gladly take that.
And 374 Minneapolis ground, taxi to be runway 4 in Quebec.
Runway 4, Quebec, Echo 10, United 374.
30, contact departure.
SkyWest 3905. Which gate were you going to today? I forgot. Yeah, SkyWest 3646. You're fine there for a minute.
So for those of you that have missed out, we had not one, but we had 2 Airbus A350 departures off of the seldom used crosswind runway, runway 422. And the 22 end was used for 2 departures tonight. One with the Delta Centennial livery, A350-900. And then an additional A350-900 also elected the 22 option for departure, this being Delta 171 Heavy to Seoul, South Korea, as we'll take another look at what happened earlier today. And you could not have asked for this to happen at a better time. When we're out broadcasting, able to broadcast such a magnificent departure in picturesque lighting with a gorgeous airplane such as that, going off of a runway that is only used in specific circumstances when needed and is primarily used as a glorified taxiway about maybe 90% of the time when it's not being used for arrivals and departures. The other end of the runway, opposite to where that 350 was taking off, is runway 4. That is the 004 heading on a compass. That's even more rare to see landings and departures on runway 4, which was observed briefly this year 2 times when the south parallel runway 12 right 30 left was down for construction. So we'll show you the replay of Delta Centennial livery A350 going off of runway 22. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think anybody had this on their bingo card, and when they started taxiing to the north side, I thought, well, wait a minute, are they going to cheat us? Are they going to depart 30 right? I thought, no. Could they be going to runway 22 because they were on the controller frequency for the north side? Which made sense because they were going to 22, which is also kind of on the north side of the field. Of course, I have to hit play. There we go. Look at that. How's that for a highlight? I want to say that I thought I saw a bird of prey on top of the utility building. Oh, we did. So we're going to go back to the replay here. You see him? I spy a hawk. It's just up and to the right of the cockpit of the 757 that is holding short here in this still frame of our replay. Yes, we do have a bird of prey. And you know what? That bird's still out there. He's still scouting the landscape here for some food. He's on the hunt for dinner.
9 Lima Foxtrot, frequency change is approved.
9 Lima Foxtrot, frequency change. Thanks for your help today.
Here, let's see if we can show him here.
99, we have turn 30 left, call in, 1250 at 1.
We're going to zoom in as far as the camera will let us. There he is. He's center frame. Hi, buddy. I wish I had more range with this camera zoom, but this is about as much as we need because the focus is not necessarily getting close-up shots of these magnificent animals from far away. We're getting the big stuff. But I'll tell you what, this winter, just swap that hawk out with a snowy owl. They do come out in the wintertime down here at MSP Airport, and there are people that live elsewhere here in the country that fly up to this airport in particular because for the bird enthusiasts who know about it, the snowy owls, when they do their southerly migration during the winter for the year, they come down here to Minnesota where it's more warm. And because the open spaces in the expanse of the airport is much like home where the snowy owls take up residence in the tundra. That's why they like coming down here. Of course, when they start getting too close to everything that the airport needs to keep in smooth operating shape, all the air traffic and everything, those birds will get relocated. But my goodness. That's the other thing about the viewing area that you would not necessarily expect at first glance, just by looking at this parcel of land on a map, is that we're kind of like a little nature preserve out here. We've got all kinds of critters running around. We have these 13-line ground squirrels that we affectionately call Gerald. Somebody here in the spotting community coined that name for that particular animal that we see here quite a bit. And then, of course, we have some rabbits that are hopping around here. We see waterfowl. We see some herons. We see hawks. That's kind of cool. All right, next up we got Delta 1999 operating from San Francisco to the Twin Cities tonight. And they're about to plant those mains down on 30 left.
Delta 1999, right at Mike, ground point 9, we'll see you.
Right at Mike, ground point 9, Delta 1999.
Delta 1878.
So 1878, map tower 1240 at 11, gust 18, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Good land.
Minneapolis, contact via Mike 6, cross runway 4. Mike 6, across runway 4, Delta 1999.
All right, so while we're watching our arrival from San Francisco taxi to the gate, I'm going to go check on some departures that we're going to keep an eye on here. Of broad interest, we have Frontier that will be headed back to Atlanta. We caught the arrival earlier. So Sombra, the Jaguar,
Minneapolis metering, Romeo current.
on an A321neo will be rocketing off for Atlanta around 5:43. So coming up here the next several minutes, we should expect to see Sombra depart the Twin Cities, and then we've got Southwest.
Expect runway 30 right.
Got some United mixed in there too. Our Star Alliance livery is looking more and more like it will be a nocturnal departure based on the fact that it's running behind. We caught the arrival earlier from Denver, and it's headed back out to the Mile High City in charge of 467. That's the flight number for that United 737-800 tonight. So it's doing an MSP turn, going back to base. Estimated departure 6:40 p.m., and it might be a little bit past 6:40 when they finally embark on their trip to Denver. So that's looking less and less likely that we'll be able to catch that. And the reason has to do with the simple fact that the viewing area is open dawn to dusk. And when dusk hits, everybody out. So we're just trying to stay within the time constraints of when this wonderful facility is open. Because I need time to take everything down and put everything away nice and neat, so we can get it back out, especially for tomorrow, where we're going to have a big day for plane spotting here at MSP. We'll have the Philadelphia Eagles come to town on an American Dreamliner. Plus, we're also expecting, if the schedule holds, Delta and its Airbus A350-900 painted in the Team USA livery for the Paris Olympics will be in town. So it'll be arriving and possibly departing to Atlanta. Don't know where they're going to send it after that, but it will be coming in from the world's busiest airport, home base for Delta Airlines. And, of course, all of our other usual suspects. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. Weather shaping up to be pretty good for mid-October. Don't want to miss that. We'll get the... Actually, the stream link, I think, for tomorrow is already posted.
Mike, we're going Gulf 2. 1878.
So, yeah, well, we will see you all back here tomorrow. And we're going to get started roughly around, I think, the same time that we got going today, which is around 1 or 1:30. tomorrow, I'm not sure what the runway setup is going to be. I don't think it's going to be with 30 ops active, but I'm going to take a look. Tomorrow, it's going to be more overcast, is what the weather forecasts are saying.
About 3950, ready for taxi.
High of 61 for tomorrow. A low of 48.
30 right, taxi via Delta, hold short of runway
So it's going to be much chillier tomorrow.
30 left, going 30 right,
But not by much. 61 degrees is actually not too bad.
Information, Romeo, current push approved, runway 17.
Let me check on the wind forecast. Yeah, it's looking like we're going to get a 30 ops day, especially later on in the afternoon when winds will expect it to be right down the pipe for the 30s. So yeah, we're going to get 30 ops tomorrow. And not really a mixed flow like we saw today, with a good chunk of departures on 17.
3950, monitor tower 126.
And the arrivals on the 30 heading parallel runways. It's expected to get a little bit on the windy side around 5 p.m. Although not too bad.
Bravo 3950, Minneapolis traffic on a 5-mile final cross, runway 30 left at Delta, continue via Delta and Papa.
But yeah, we're in for a pretty good day tomorrow.
And clear cross runway 30 left.
So similar temperatures to what we're currently looking at out here outside. It's about 66 degrees. It'll be a little bit breezier. So
4.5 miles in trail to 737. The wind's 250.
Similar conditions that we saw earlier today will be on display tomorrow, albeit a little bit chillier.
Southwest 3950, monitor ground point 9.
Point 9, Southwest 3950.
Can't wait. It's been a hot minute since we've caught an NFL charter arrive into Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Point 9 for taxi, bigger 40 push.
Have to look back to the preseason, I think, when we caught the New England Patriots arrive with their not one but two 767-300s. The team plane and then an Omni Air 763 that they chartered because they were holding a joint practice with the Minnesota Vikings in the week leading up to their Saturday preseason contest. And then I remember they left on that Saturday evening following the, or was it the day after on Sunday? I can't remember, but they left shortly after the conclusion of their matchup with the Minnesota Vikings. Should be a lot of fun. And then, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm going to check the NFL schedule real quick. I think it is an afternoon game. So Bob, this was to our furry feathered friend that we just took a look at. He's still out there. He's holding down the fort. He's maintaining his perch on the edge of the, or one of the utility buildings adjacent to runway 30 left. Bob commented, looks like a red-tailed hawk. You might be right. I was thinking the same thing too.
Minneapolis, Twitter 2956.
And ground, Delta 2936 for Charlie 1.
2936, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Mike Papa Cross, runway 4.
Mike, Papa Cross 4, Delta 2936.
Amy could not agree more. Beautiful evening in the TC, in the Twin Cities.
Ground 4464.
Optimistic mountain landscape. Hi, everyone, from a very pleasant Green Valley, Arizona. 78 degrees today. All right.
We got 4464 on 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
Sounds like a great day.
30 right via Delta Papa, Brigade 44.
So, Bill, thanks for tuning in. When's the next live stream? Sunday or tomorrow? The Eagles are coming in tomorrow. We're live tomorrow.
Got 4464.
Sean 35 says go Sioux tonight.
Join Papa behind the Delta 73.
University of North Dakota. North Dakota State University is the Bison.
Although 3950, all set.
Quite a few people from Minnesota have gone up to college at either ND or NDSU.
18 fly, runway heading, runway 30 right, take off.
Also University of South Dakota, University of Sioux Falls, which is a great school, by the way. I have a family member that graduated from there recently. Really nice campus.
Good afternoon, wind 260 at 1.
As boring as Sioux Falls is claimed to be, it was a very nice area. A lot of fun spots to dine in downtown. Speaking of Sioux Falls, MSP sees quite a few regional trips daily between FSD and MSP. There is Delta mainline service in between FSD and MSP as well. I think it's once or twice daily. Maybe our viewers out that way, they can kind of fill me in a little bit. Oh, Amy, very fun. Yeah, so my dad would have loved watching a live stream like this. He's an avid radio control model airplane builder and pattern competition flyer who loved knowing all about every plane one of us flew in. Absolutely. Well, that's very cool.
Flight 3046, Monitor Tower 123.67.
Turn right heading 360 and contact departure. Good day.
I'm into airplane models, but they're static display models. They're the shelf variety. Not the ones that you control with the radio variety. Speaking of which, I think it's a perfect opportunity to give a quick shout out and mention to one of our sponsors today, DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast. They have a fantastic selection of die-cast 1 to 400 and 1 to 200 scale aircraft models. They got the Hobby Master 1 to 72nd scale military jets that are amazing if you've ever had the opportunity to see those models. DG Pilot has them. And they have a lot more stuff, too. They have, in addition to the models, they have a wide variety of travel gear and guides for your next trip. High-quality travel gear, by the way, too. And they have a large selection of unique Minnesota-made local goods. Donnie's found a lot of interesting stuff, and the crew over at DG Pilot kick butt. Excellent customer service. And they are unlike any other aircraft collectibles shop that you will buy from. They physically inspect the models before they get it and ship it to you to make sure that you're getting a quality product every time. Visit the link in the description below to get your piece of aircraft's collectible or memorabilia, or maybe a new guide or a new piece of travel kit for your upcoming trip if you have one.
4464 Minneapolis.
And of course, you can also visit them in person too in downtown St. Paul. They're located inside the historic Ham building. Go check them out there or online. Details online at dgpilot.com.
Runway heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Tower Delta 606, visual 30 left.
Delta 606, Amstar, wind 250 at 9er, gust 18, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, thanks, Delta 606.
Frontier flight 3046, Amstar, flying 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Optimistic Mountain Landscape.
Country 9049, you can stay with me the whole way.
Chiming in just about the Sioux
Delta,
Falls services
Kilo
that we were
3,
talking
hold
about.
short of runway 17.
Charlie Delta. Kilo
I did
3,
fly
17.
from MSP to Sioux Falls back in 1979. Oh, nice, on a 727-200. Northwest had a large fleet of those. Those aircraft are long gone, but they are fondly remembered by the passengers and the crew who worked on them. I have a close friend of mine that spent a long time with Northwest. He's currently in the industry. He loved working the 727. He's a flight attendant. Loved spotting him, too.
Frontier 4464, turn right heading 360 and contact departure. Good day.
El Balaro Gutierrez. Yes, we will be doing a live stream tomorrow. So the Philadelphia Eagles will be coming to town. And my schedule's wide open for tomorrow. So that's always a good combo because I kind of want to see the charter flight.
At Kilo 3, cross May 17,
Not to mention the Philadelphia Eagles are defending Super Bowl champions.
Frontier flight 3046, contact departure. Good day.
Oh, nice. Optimistic Mountain Landscape. Chiming in, I bought a few models from DG Pilot. Quick on delivery. They certainly are. And the prices are reasonable, too. That's the other thing I will say. I've been a customer of Donnie for quite some time. Well before this whole project got underway. Yeah, I've never really received a bad model from DG Pilot, ever. Now, I've received bad models before, but that's been from other sellers. I mean, not from DG Pilot, though. So if you're on the fence about it, especially for something like 1 to 400 or 1 to 200 scale die-cast models, you don't need to worry about it. Go ahead and place that order. They are very careful with how they package everything. They know what they're doing. And, of course, if you follow them on social media with the handle at DGPilotMSP, you can probably get 10% off your pre-order if they have that going on, depending on what it is. And typically when the new monthly releases for Gemini jets come out, you can usually save some money by pre-ordering, which is what I would recommend to do, especially from them. If you're going to pre-order any model from anybody, do it from DG Pilot. I've never, and I'm being totally serious, I'm not paid to say this, I've never had an issue with any of their pre-orders. All been fantastic.
Right on Mike, 0.9, Delta 606.
And that includes my most recent pre-order, which was a while ago. But it was a Sun Country Gemini Jets 1-200, 737, 800 in the Tide Pod livery. That was a fantastic model.
Good evening, Delta 606.
Sitting on my bookshelf at home.
The 606 Minneapolis ground taxi via Mike Papa Cross runway 4. Mike Papa Cross runway 4, Delta 606. Fisher 799 Minneapolis ground. Taxi via Whiskey.
Here's Delta 606 that just arrived from the Queen City of Charlotte, North Carolina with the 717-200. Let's see what gate they're going to tonight. I think they're going over to Concourse C, and they are. They're going over to C4.
Taxi via Delta, hold short of
So Concourse C, I like to call SeaWorld. So they're going to head to the north side of T1. They're just kind of taking the scenic route here. The 717s are awesome aircraft to fly on. They're a little bit older, but they're always a great ride.
98, wait for the Embraer to pass your tail. Push approved for runway 30 right. And Romeo is, or correction, Sierra is not current.
Here's Delta about to touch down from Bozeman, Yellowstone International. Be all the way out in Montana.
Well, 26, runway 4 or Mike, can contact ground, 0.9, good day.
4 or Mike, over to ground, 0.9, Delta 1226.
Ground taxi via runway 4 Papa.
Oh, brother.
4 and Papa, Delta 1226.
Shuttle 4055, monitor tower 126.
That's been a constant problem here. A lot of these motorists, these recreational motorists, are starting to use this end of Cargo Road as a drag strip, which is, I'm pretty sure, very illegal. Just please follow the rules. Yeah, unfortunately, it's got to be so much of a nuisance that it's nearly caused a fatal accident, I think. As you know, earlier this year, there was an incident where there was I think, a rollover crash
799, monitor tower
involving a speeding motorbike. I think a Toyota sedan. I think near the entrance of the tunnel underneath taxiway Tango on Cargo Road to get to the viewing area.
Minneapolis.
It's pretty serious.
Wait for United to leave your tail, then your push is approved for runway 17. Sierra current, 0.9 for taxi. Jet 608 Minneapolis ground, stand by.
4 contact ground, 0.9.
Ground 0.9, Delta 10.4.
Shuttle 4055, Maps Start, Delta cross runway 30 left, join Whiskey cross runway 4.
Right, cross 30 left, Delta, turn right.
Arriving from the Music City of Nashville, Tennessee, Delta 1044 with a Boeing 737-900ER.
Northern Jet 608 Minneapolis ground, runway 30 left is available. Would you like it? 60, runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
So, Micah, who's one of our moderators, also our managing producer at MSP Live, want to give him a special shout out, as well as Daniel Swanson tonight. Daniel, another one of our awesome moderators, helping to take care of you guys in the chat. I want to give them a big thanks for helping out. And also, Micah, if we could put a poll and pin that in the chat. So since this channel is on the home stretch for hitting a pretty big milestone,
44, just Alpha, and then
which that being the 10,000 subscriber mark, thinking about doing a special live plane spotting show elsewhere in our great country. Thinking about taking a trip somewhere here in the out in the future.
2802, monitor tower 126.7.
Now I have some potential candidates, and Mike, if we could put a poll up for which airport you guys think we should go to. The first would be LAX, the second, San Francisco or SFO, third, Charlotte, the fourth was going to be Dallas, but since their observation area known as Founders Plaza will be closed due to a landscaping project, or soil or sod or some sort of a rehabilitation project, that is now out of the question.
Tower, op 46. Op 46. Tower, at this time, we can close runway 422 and push it back to taxiway mode, please. We'll tell 422 close and put it back to taxiway mode, thanks. And you should be aligned, no taxi north, 1 to left. Good copy, no taxi north of 1 to left.
All right, here is Air Shuttle 4055 off to Houston. So 422 is closed. Wanted to take a pause there just so you guys could listen to that chatter between MSP Ops and MSP Tower. The rocket departure. Yeah, and then so with that poll, where would you guys like to have us go? LAX, SFO, Charlotte, and then I'll have that fourth option probably be fill in the blank.
Oh, there's like an aviation. Oh, you know, there's like the aviation. I know.
Also, Cincinnati is out of the question, so those were one of the airports that I wanted to take a look at, just because I'm a huge cargo nut when it comes to plane spotting. I love cargo jets, love them. But I think their viewing area is closed, last that I saw, but I don't know how accurate that information is. Could be old news. Cincinnati is the North American hub for DHL. A lot of Atlas Air flights that go in and out of Cincinnati. Prime Air as well.
Shuttle 4055, once you're all set, the wind's 240 at 11, gust 18, fly runway heading, runway 17, close takeoff.
Now, in regard to covering other airports, I know some of you guys are probably thinking, well, wait a minute. What are you doing? Chicago O'Hare is on the table for the taking. Well, not so much. I'm not sure what the situation is over there, since there was a live streaming fallout with airport officials back, I think, in January or February that has caused some complications. So I don't know how cozy the atmosphere is to live plane spotting down there. But I know for a fact it's, I mean, wherever we're going to go, I mean, it's going to be a hot minute before we're there. But these kind of trips, they take a little bit of research, preparation, to make sure that everything goes smoothly. So it's not official, we're just trying to get some input from you guys.
4903, Minneapolis metering, push approved for runway 30 right, Tango current, 0.9 for taxi. The 1777, Minneapolis metering, push approved for runway 30 right, 0.9 for taxi.
Tower shuttle 4055, ready.
Shuttle 4055, winds 240 at 11, gust 18, sliding 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Heading 180 and runway 17, clear for takeoff for shuttle 4055.
Ticket 2802, they're rolling now, runway 17, line of await.
Tower Southwest 3599, visual 30 left.
South 3599, Map Tower winds 250 at 11, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left to land, Southwest 3599.
The 1026 unit for operational purposes. 1026, Roger, you can expect runway 30 left.
00, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Oh, security there, but wow.
2870, runway 17, taxi via Delta, hold short of runway 30 left.
Runway 17 via Delta, will hold short 30 left, Delta 2870.
Calling metering, say again. 2107, Minneapolis metering, Tango current, push approved for 17, 0.9 for taxi.
Yeah, it's a special delivery that Delta has made. Departed for Amsterdam earlier. Took off on this bus with
So things do take off from there. Okay.
It's as
3791, Minneapolis metering, Vibration Tango current, push approved for runway 17, 0.9 for taxi.
Oh, makes sense.
American 2802, wind 250 at 11, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
parallels 12 right 30 left, so that is in
So 2087 estimating.
sort of truncated from the numbers on compass.
Okay.
So the 2087, you can expect runway 30 right.
Heading 300. Yeah, so that's kind of understanding
Shuttle 4055, turn further right, heading 230, and contact departure, good day.
230 departure, shuttle 40.
At 11, sliding 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
2350 Minneapolis metering. Use caution for the 75 at your tail. Push is approved for runway 1, correction 30 right, Tango current, 0.9 for taxi.
30 left, clear to land.
They're strong enough, and it's right down the pipe for these runways. Everything that's sticking to these runways, not runway is closed. Because there'll be too much tail length or cross length.
So it really just depends on the day.
Record 2802, contact departure, good day.
Right, taxi, who's that? Delta 1777, Minneapolis down, runway 30 right. Start on Quebec once the RJ on Papa passes top of the rest of the way.
Clear to wait, back behind the RJ, swap over Papa Delta.
2070, monitor tower 126.7.
Yeah, how can you tell?
3599, Charlie and Tango to the ramp, monitor point 9, we'll see you.
Charlie Tango to the ramp, Southwest 6599. Delta 1502, range taxi.
Delta 1502, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
30 right to Papa, Delta 1502.
1777, follow the bus out of Charlie 7.
Copy, follow the bus up with 1777.
United 467, Minneapolis ground, push approved for runway 17. .607 Minneapolis ground, push approved for runway 30 right.
Push approved 30 right, Delta 1507.
At 13, runway 30 left, go to land, where are you parking?
So land 30 left, park in Hotel 3, Sun Country 888.
Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
It's open dawn to dusk every day. Especially just about the evenings or days that's about time to be out. Kind of like the time that you guys picked is really good because you'll have a lot of the international departures, the big jets will be taking off at that time. You also have a lot of cargo arrivals from Louisville and FedEx and stuff.
You said the weekday and the evening?
Yeah, so early evening, so late afternoon evening. So like I would get here no later than 4, and then if you need to leave at like 7, because from 4 to 6 p.m. that
4792, monitor tower 126.7.
Ground Delta 1026 for taxi.
1026, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left and Alpha 1026.
there's a lot of it looks kind of boring. There's a lot of interesting things that happen out here. Just kind of sit out here for a couple hours and also within this past year, it's been crazy year for
Now Delta 1026, we'll do a left turn around to Alpha. Stay clear of that airboat.
Delta 1026, approved. Yeah. 3791,
Delta 2840, turn right, and contact ground, point 9, the runway's available if you need it. Have a good day.
Right turn is grab point on Delta 20.
I was talking to some
Minneapolis,
wonderful
Cruise
folks
runway
first time out here at the viewing area. There's a lot of people that are finding this to be a cool spot that are not necessarily into aviation or airplane enthusiasts as much of our audience is. And like I am, but that's really cool that you have a public that's staying curious.
2840 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Charlie.
That's a wonderful activity, especially on a day like today. My goodness. All right, everybody. It's that time. 6:15 p.m. I think we're going to start with the first of our stream highlights tonight. Can't wait for that. Got to make sure that everything is queued up all right. Look at that. You got the star alight. Before we cut to our highlights, we'll wait till this Delta jet gets out of the way. Look at the left side of the frame there. We have Shamrock right next to our Star Alliance special livery, 737-800. That'll be departing to Denver. It'll be a nocturnal departure, or a dusk departure. We'll see when they're able to get out. That's kind of cool. How about that for a look at Concourse E over at Terminal 1? All right, let's get to some highlights. Well, I'll tell you what. It started, and I was rushing to get everything set up in time. We caught the Delta Centennial livery A350 to start the broadcast. But the first highlight that we were able to queue up once I got that going on instant replays was our arrival from Copenhagen, Denmark with the A330-900 Neo equipment. And then, of course, we had some 30 left departures in the narrow-body variety. Alaska electing to use runway 30 left with a 737 MAX 9 off to the Pacific Northwest. Destination Seattle. I'll tell you what, towards the beginning of our show today, it was pretty overcast, and my goodness, did things clear up in a jiff. And of course, we got an extra equipment upgrade today. A330 Neo action. This arrival from Atlanta, Georgia. We would catch the departure later on the broadcast. This aircraft was involved in charter work before arriving in the Twin Cities, is what I believe to be the case. Then, of course, we had a Sun Country arrival that went long and taxied off runway 30 left right in front of us at the viewing area in spectacular lighting. I had to include this in the highlight reel because it's not an MSP live plane spotting broadcast without the sight of Sun Country's bright and punchy Tide Pod livery. And especially seeing them go along and taxi and get off right in front of the viewing area. An excellent shot. And then, of course, we had, this is the highlight of the day without question. No ifs, ands, or buts. The Delta Centennial livery A350-900 is going back out, this time to Amsterdam Schiphol. Made the right-hand turn on taxiway Charlie, I believe. But I thought for a minute they might be going north side, but I'm like, wait a minute. No, that's not the case. Because they went off runway 22. And it would not be the only A350 that we would observe depart MSP's seldom used crosswind runway. My goodness, look at that scene. Exciting stuff. Airside to that 2-2 departure. We also had Star Alliance pay us a visit from Denver. It's still here, actually, waiting to go back out. So it's doing a Minneapolis turn tonight on its schedule. It's a 30 left arrival. There it is, headed over to Concourse E at Terminal 1. And of course, we had the close MD-11 taxi on Mike. Always a highlight. We'll see the MD-11 next week. And in many more, hopefully, future broadcasts of MSP Live. Love seeing the Tricolor in action at MSP. Then, of course, here is the second of our A350 departures off runway 22 today. This is Delta 171 Heavy that was launching for Seoul, South Korea. Late departure for 171 Heavy. And a spectacular one. Look at that. Fun stuff. And then, of course, a bonus Iceland Air departure. So this aircraft was holed up at MSP overnight last night and departed the Twin Cities during our broadcast tonight under some spectacular skies. Meanwhile, as a 757-300 decides to sneak out of here.
2107, may I confirm the instructions Alpha to Alpha 8, hold short of runway 30 left.
Alpha 8, hold short of 30 left.
So we will certainly get back to it.
1026, contact Sparks, see ya.
So we'll do a little bit more live plane spotting here until about maybe 6:30 or so. Oh, look at that. How about that? 4 for 1. 4 aircraft in 1 frame. Tell you what, Friday's been busy, busy, busy. Oh, hey, hold on a minute. Hey, here's Iceland Air. A regularly scheduled arrival.
Number 4792, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 2246, we have tower at Alpha 5, cross runway 30 left, join Whiskey LN1.
5, clear cross 30 left, right on the Whiskey.
2931, we have Charlie, cross runway 30 left, join Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Charlie, clear cross 30 left, Whiskey join. Okay, so that's
Whiskey, cross runway 4 for Delta 2931.
Whiskey, clear cross.
Cross runway 4 on Whiskey.
How about this? Iceland Air has a nice surprise in store for us. A taxi on Mike following its arrival on runway 30 left.
United 467 at Mike, cross runway 30 left, going whiskey.
At Mike, clear to cross 30 left for whiskey, United 467.
And we got Star Alliance also on its way out, just behind them.
At Mike, cross 30 left, join whiskey, Scott 3791.
Scott 3791, I'm going to have you follow that Delta Airbus on the other side, they got a time.
Alright, follow the Delta Airbus on the other side, Scott 3791.
So 2931, your sequence is United.
Iceland Air, we're going to snap over to Star Alliance for just a second.
Okay. Delta 2246, whiskey, cross runway 4.
Cross 4 to whiskey, Delta 22.
Air 4792, turning 230, contact departure. 605, keep with me, runway 30 left, clear lane, wind 250 at 9.
Clear line, Delta 29. Tower Delta 942 down.
The 942 man turn 30 left, clear lane, wind 250 at 8, about 4.5 trail of a A319.
How about that? The Iceland Air Mike taxi. And then United Star Alliance at the same time, passing the viewing area on taxiway whiskey outbound to runway 17.
Door 4301, Minneapolis down, push approved for runway 17.
17.
2406, Minneapolis down, push approved for runway 17.
So we got a little bit of a conga line that is marching to 17 for departure. And taking up the rear of this aircraft convoy is Delta Flight 2246 to Las Vegas with an A321.
Charge 4, heavy Minneapolis down, tow via Alpha, short of correction, Alpha 17.
Feedback.
Charge 4, heavy Minneapolis down, tow via Alpha.
Tow via Alpha. Go ahead.
Onboard 4301, your time now would be 5-5, build up time of 5-5. If you want the Wellstone departure, you'd be released currently.
30 left, 12
That's 82 Minneapolis Tower. You're about 3.5 in trail with an Airbus. They're going about 130 knots. Runway 30 left, clear land wind 26010.
Clear land 30 left, Delta 29.
United 467, runway 17, line up and wait. Delta 605, turn right at Delta, contact ground point 9.
Right, turn at Delta, ground point 9, Delta 605. Go ahead. Delta 605, ground Delta 605, clear runway 30 left, parking gauge, Delta
605, Minneapolis, contact C via Alpha to the gate.
Alpha, Delta 605.
United 467, fly runway heading runway 17, clear for takeoff. 2107.
All right,
turn right
we'll get
heading,
one more arrival.
230 and contact departure.
Stay on metering, ready to go.
Minneapolis Tower, winds 2609, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to lane 30 left, 85705.
Up 2931, runway 17, line up and wait. Up to 942, turn right at Charlie, join, or you can contact ground point 9.
Charlie, point 9 or Delta 942. Ground Delta 942, clear 30, left at Charlie.
The 942 Minneapolis ground. What's the gate?
That's a good thing. Charlie 7, sorry about that.
The 942 Minneapolis ground. Taxi via Charlie and Quebec to the gate. Monitor ground point 8.
Charlie, Quebec to the gate, point 8, Delta 942, thanks.
Turn 4 heavy, continue taxi via Alpha.
Taxi via Alpha, go ahead.
United 467, turn right heading 230 and contact departure. (2931) flighting 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 3791, runway 17, line up and wait.
962 Minneapolis metering, monitor.
All right, before we get going, want to take the time to let you know that our broadcasts are also proudly supported in part by our wonderful friend Erica Linkett, Jet Set Shirts. Grab yourself some swag at jetsetshirts.com. They got a lot of great t-shirts and apparel. I've been putting it off. I need to get a few of these t-shirts. They've got Airbussin', they've got MDDC, which we have on the on-screen graphic. They've got Antonov 225 gear. You gotta check it out. Go click that link down below, everybody. Go visit jetsetshirts.com and get yourself a slice of the Jet Set life. Wear it. Visit jetsetshirts.com.
13 cleared to land, runway 30 left. And Charlie 6 into the gate.
Runway 4, Charlie 6 to the gate, Delta 2982.
Runway 4301, contact on point 8.
All right, so we'll have time to sneak in one more stream highlight. That would be our Iceland Air arrival. So we got to see Iceland Air twice tonight. We're two different Iceland Air 737 MAXs. We got to see a MAX 8 depart and a MAX 9 arrive. Two different airframes for Icy in the same broadcast. And then, of course, the taxi on Taxiway Mike was super special to top it all off, which you don't see them do too often, or if they're going to take a longer roll, oh yeah, they'll exit Taxiway Mike. Great end for today. We're going to see in our poll. All right, so thinking about going somewhere to celebrate 10,000 subscribers, but we got to get there first before it's going to even be up into the planning phase, or I would say more serious consideration. It's being considered. We got LAX is in the lead with 41%. SFO 27, Charlotte 16, elsewhere, which is a fill in the blank. You see some of your responses. So you got 44 votes. Come on, everybody.
91, turn right heading 230, contact departure.
Okay, we got Jeremy, Memphis for FedEx, or Louisville for UPS. Memphis, not so much.
1324 Minneapolis, metering.
But Louisville certainly would be fun to go see.
57 Golf Alpha, turn left at Delta, taxi whiskey to parking, monitor ground point 9.
Mr. Moon saying, hey guys, love from Pakistan. Oh wow, thanks for tuning in.
Motorway, crossing third left on Mike. Right front, whiskey to 245.
Okay, Daniel, one of our mods, in response to the poll that we were running right now, says Milwaukee Mitchell is a viewing area. Now, somebody out there that watches our broadcast has sort of encouraged us to go out there, but I don't think the viewing area out there is necessarily where we'd want to be, but it's good to know.
2246, turn right turn heading at 230.
Luke says RDU, Raleigh Durham, has a spotting area. Yes, I do know about that. Optimistic Mountain Landscape says Charlotte's a fun airport to spot. Watched planes there when I lived there back in the 1980s. A couple of responses in here from Memphis. All right. So if you guys wanted to see FedEx, you probably have to go to Indianapolis rather than Memphis. Memphis, from what I've researched and from my understanding, is not very cozy to plane spotters in general. So that might be off the table. But I certainly agree that'd be a fun spot if we were to go somewhere. And of course, it's something that I would make a road trip out of, probably. Yes, Aviation LAA giving me a reminder, but I'll give you guys a reminder as well. I do know about this. So our Team USA A330 for Delta will be coming in tomorrow from Atlanta. It'll be going out to Amsterdam. Okay, you're going to shuffle the deck a little bit, get some equipment in place, so that'll be spectacular to catch 160 Heavy depart. I'm excited for tomorrow. Quiet Person says Lambert's. They are hugely anti-plane spotting. The airport goes well beyond their legal means to try and stop it. And it's a disgrace what has happened in St. Louis with plane spotting.
Minneapolis ground, taxi runway 4, Bravo, and Delta to the gate.
Nashville's another location that I'm also thinking about. Especially because Nashville's going to get, and I mentioned this on the broadcast earlier tonight, everybody, but Nashville, their British Airways service, which is daily, I think, is getting upgraded from a 777-200ER to an A350-1000.
American 2406,
so go figure.
to United at Mike.
American 2406,
Delta 914, Minneapolis Tower, 12608.
Thank you, Megan. Always happy to bring you my best.
Endeavor 5245, fly heading 190, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
All right, everybody, it's time of the show where I got a dip. So we will see you all back out here tomorrow. I want to thank everybody for watching. This has been a presentation of Live Plane Spotting on MSP Airport Live. For more, you can go check out our YouTube channel, rewatch past episodes of Live Plane Spotting from this wonderful location. You can follow us on social media with the handle at MSP Airport Live on Twitter and Instagram and others. And also, by the way, I forgot to pull this up too. Certainly worth mentioning. If you want to continue the discussion, hey, go check out the new MSP Airport Spotting Discord server for MSP Aviation enthusiasts. It's not channel specific, but everything MSP related. Link in the description below. Go check it out. We'd love to see you on there. Post stream updates, announcements, share a lot of fun stuff on there. It's a wonderful community, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. So yeah, go continue the discussion when our broadcast wraps up tonight. And for our moderators on duty, Daniel Swanson, Michael Larson, and for my co-host, RJ Bean, Alex Redding, wishing you a wonderful weekend ahead if you don't plan on watching us tomorrow. And if you are planning on watching us tomorrow, we'll see you tomorrow, everybody. As we say adios from MSP Airport. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you next time.